I'm always fascinated when this part of the conversation comes up because for 1990, when Shahrazad Ali dropped that book, we've been having these conversations with Black college women. And I remember sitting back in the Black People's Union, it was called the BPU. This is before we got politically correct. And I'm sitting there with Deltas, AKA Zeta, Sigma Gamma Rose, goddamn independence. Men on one side, women on the other, air conditioning not working, hot back and forth debate. And all these women up here talking about modern woman this, and I shouldn't have to do this and do that, and da, 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 and all these grand notions about how to be, what they should and should not have to do. And I stood up and asked one question. How many of you ladies would like to have children? And almost 100% of the women raised their hands, from the women who were in humanities to the women who were going to law school. And I said, I understand you don't feel like you should have to cook for no man, but if you're going to be a mother, who's going to cook for your kids? Cricket ass quiet. Black women have been so taken by this womanist feminist movement that they've turned you against your own nature. So where these same white women that were womanist feminists, right? If you go look at Miss America, Phyllis Schlafly versus Betty Friedan, at the 1960s, when the national organization, Gloria Allred and all that shit first came out, these women were on the same side. They were all married. Even the most diehard feminists coming to the meetings, married women. Black women, the first Black woman to ever run for president. Go watch the movie on Netflix. Black women are the ones they got standing out in front like crash test dummies with your education in front of your family. So my question has always been this. Why can white women, Hispanic women, Middle Eastern women, Asian women all seem to go to get a 2-year, 4-year, 8-year degree and still somehow come out and still be able to find a husband? But Black women can't seem to walk and chew gum at the same time. It's because just what your sister Shahrazad Ali said, white women, non-Black women go to college to find a husband. Black women go to school, to college to prove they don't need one. And that's what I'm hearing in this conversation. I would not ever stand in a woman's place or tell a woman her choices. And that's bullshit. Because this wage gap we're talking about, you at the bottom. You're at the bottom in your fucking ass degree, and yet what you making ain't gonna do shit unless you are science, engineering, technology, and math, and gonna be making at least $90,000 or more to cover up 2 salaries. Your degree ain't gonna do nothing. I have talked to more women in marriages and in relationships who have drug in 40, 60, this last couple, $120,000 in student loan mother flipping debt, and still can't seem to figure out that this college stuff, this career stuff has been marketed to you to keep you cleaning white folks' floors. It's just in the office building now. You still a maid.
That's true.
I agree. I wasn't taught to go to college to find a husband. I was taught to go to college so you don't need a man. So you can take care of your own. And even if you marry, make sure that you know that if something were to happen, because it was always, if something were to happen, you got your own.
The color purple bullshit. If all of a sudden you come home and Mr. decide to whoop your ass, that degree gonna save you. Bullshit. I had a 20-year-old black woman on my channel on Monday night. Beautiful young sister. Said, I would love to be married. I want to be married. Want to have kids, such and so forth. Her mother, go on, watch it right now. Her mother said, have you sat down and talked to your mother? Rather, because her father passed on. Yeah, my mother told me don't worry about no man. My mother told me to go to school, go to law school, get your law degree, and go have some kids and do your own thing. So her mother is recommending to her daughter to bypass the man, get the degree and the babies. Her aunts are doing the same thing. So when I hear all this talk about misogyny, hatred of men, I'm going to say this is starting to be misandry, the hatred of hatred of women, misogyny. I see too many black women who are misandrous. It's hard for many black women to even understand that you are ours. The original question, what's a woman's purpose on the planet? That's when the beatboxing starts. Your purpose is us. Without us, you die. And every other group of women seems to understand their purpose is us. But in America, in the West, black women seem to think a fucking degree is going to change the evolution of this planet. That's why these dystopian movies and dystopian series like The Walking Dead, Book of Eli, are so watched today because it takes people back to what's important. That's why coronavirus was a global reset. And you know who was paying more attention? I didn't blow up for no reason, because coronavirus was the first time black women ever had to sit their ass down in the house, look to the right, look to the left, look to the front, look to the back, and realize they ain't got nothing except degrees in debt. I'm in Atlanta and I'm in the mall and the grocery store and I'm seeing black women for something I'd never seen in black women's eyes: fear. Because they're coming out there having to compete against the men, Rilla. Like you said, they don't understand the pressure when they ain't but one bottle of water on the shelves. 1, 2, 3, 4 men, you got no chance, Kay. If there's 1, 2, 3, 4 men here and you and that bottle of water, you got no chance. We're gonna decide who get the bottle of water. That's the point, because it becomes survival. A lioness in the Serengeti is a bad mamma jamma when it's compared to a gazelle, an antelope, even a wildebeest. But put up next to a pack of hyenas. She can get punked, but you know what happens? All she hears is that roar across the plain. And then everybody else start realizing, oh, get the fuck out of here. Here you come. Because there ain't nothing more powerful than you used to could tell somebody, wait till your daddy get home. Nobody fear mama. And we've told women that they're so powerful in these degrees. Who are you powerful for? What's the woman's name in Atlanta who didn't win the governorship, but Stacey Abrams? They pat her on the back. She gave Joe Biden the presidency. Stacey gonna die alone. What Stacey get? So many of our women get nothing except making other people successful because they've turned you against your primary role, us. So don't no men that I know want no dumb woman. I only deal with women who are educated, but it's not education instead of, it's education to see how I can get on your platform, your page, to whether it's the office building or it's in a truck. How can we build something How can we use what we got together? It's not competition, it's cooperation. And see, I'm gonna say this and I'm gonna run. Until our women stop this hedging, well, I don't want to step on a woman's toes or something. Step on her fucking neck if you have to get her back in line. I don't care about her toes when your neck is on the line. I don't care about your feelings when we are dying. We are losing out here. Boys are at the bottom, girls are at the bottom because we can't get on the same page with one another. You got men to fucking day coming out against Monique for telling women to start wearing bonnets on their head. You got black men out here attacking Monique with bonnets on their head. What the fuck are we? We are upside down. And the only way we're going to end up getting back out is understand there is an order. Whether you're religious, I get it. I do understand. You may not have to be Christian. A lot of hypocrisy in Christianity. I accept the hypocrisy in it. Hypocrisy in every religion. Double standards, all kind of things. But it's just a baseline. We look crazy out here in these streets because we have no order. And the only way we get order is we start acknowledging that we are better together than separate. And black men are not telling women not to go to college to not get an education. We're just saying don't go to college and make your education your husband. That's how we're ultimately saying.
Kevin, do you think we're too far gone?
No. Black people are the most resilient folks on the planet.
I don't think so either.
We're not too far gone because if we were, these shows would not exist. They're getting more of these shows. People are starting to respond to the internet now. We know that there's a problem.
Hey, Kay, before you go, Kay, did you understand what he was saying? Does it make any sense?
Yeah, I definitely think it should be education and family. I never said anything against that.
$30. Feel the Teach. Let the Teach force be with you. Right, family, feel the Teach. It's almost go time.
Let's just have a conversation.
family. What's going on, family? Welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk. We introduced the group. We got Lady Dow. We got the Real Precious, Anton Daniels, Trigger Mike, Bruiser, Mommy 3, Ali. We got a couple more people supposed to be sliding in momentarily. Me, myself, on Lapeef JR. Welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk. What's going on, family? What's going on? How y'all doing?
What's up?
Doing good, doing good.
Hey, what's good?
What up, everybody?
What's going on?
How y'all doing?
That's good to see you guys. Bruiser, good? You on mute. You on mute, Bruiser.
Oh, my bad. You got to ask Ali, is he good? No, I'm messing with y'all.
I don't be trying to start nothing, man. It's good to see you guys in attendance today. Salute to the chat that's out there. Let me see what we got in the building with Green Game. We got Ed Hill, Team Fatty, Jolie. We got Mr. BX87, Shamar Lawrence. What else we have? Derek T. Shout out to all the Green Gang that's in the chat right now that's watching. Salute to you. If you want to become a member, that link is pinned to the top of the chat right there. That is how you become a part of Green Gang. Shout out to the sponsor of the show, T. Hanley, Uncomplicated Skincare for Men. Make sure you guys click that link that's in the description. You get 30% off along with a free gift. That is the only way you're able to get the opportunity to get that gift along with the percentage off. Hit the like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. That is very important. That's how this stream becomes visible to a lot of people. So if you guys are going to be in for a treat tonight, and I suggest you hit the like button because I know it's going to be a good show. And also make sure you subscribe to the channel so you don't miss any upcoming shows that may arrive at any given moment, any given time. With that being said, y'all ready?
Yes, sir. Okay. Yes, sir. Let's do it.
Y'all doing sign language tonight?
I know I'm the one unmuted. I ain't say nothing.
Yeah, watch your mouth now. Watch your mouth.
Yeah. See.
Yeah. Bruiser will be washing tongues with soap. He's gonna go old school. So once you curse, just put your tongue out. It's gonna tell a lot. It's gonna tell if you've been actually brushing your tongue as well. So with that being said, now dirty mouths on the panel. Let's get the show started. Our first topic of the night is playing hard to get, wise or unwise. Let me go ahead and play this clip.
Not subscribe to the playing hard to get idea. I'm gonna tell you why. The whole hard to get idea is played to me. And the reason why is what it does, it creates challenge for the person that's not right for you. And it creates this idea of, it doesn't create mystery. It creates like frustration for someone that knows their value, right? So if you're gonna keep playing hard to get with me and I know my value, then guess what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna be turned off.
What if you ain't playing? What if you really are hard to get?
Right. You better reciprocate energy. You better reciprocate effort because at the end of the day, FOMO. I can go on my Explorer page and it's 1,000 more of you out there, but I need someone that's gonna reciprocate energy with me that I can connect with that's as invested as I am.
Someone might say I encourage playing hard to get. However, what my thing is don't be so readily available. Mm-hmm. Like when men go to hunt, they don't want the deer that's just like, here, here's the target, right?
It's playing hard to get, wise or unwise. What are you guys' thoughts about that? About these women and men playing games out there? Go ahead. I'm gonna start with you, Precious.
It's playing hard to get, wise or unwise. I don't think. I think there is a good balance. Because you have to, for one, you have to know yourself. And so you have to, as a woman, you also have to be careful who you just can't give access to everyone. And so I don't think that that's playing hard to get. I just think that that's just being careful who you give access to. If anyone can talk to you and you're giving everyone that access, then what are you reserving for, the person that truly wants you? And so I don't think it's unwise, but I do think you need to watch who you give access to. It shouldn't be given to everyone.
I thought playing hard to get was someone that you found interest in and you just like playing that person. What you're saying is different.
So you're saying that playing hard to get is what? You just acting like you don't like the person, or
Yeah. Like you have a little interest. The one you talking about someone that you don't even like. So that's me. That means you tell that person, hey, I'm not interested in you. So you won't be playing hard for nothing. It's like you already told them.
well, then playing hard to get is unwise. I mean, if you're gonna be interested in someone, if you're gonna hold their interest, then of course it's unwise. It's like you're playing games with them. So no, playing hard to get is unwise. I just don't think that everyone should have access.
All right, Bruce, what are your thoughts about it? Is playing hard to get wise or unwise?
I just think it's a cover up. I'd say it's wise because I think it's just a cover up because a woman don't even know how to examine or evaluate a man that's worthy for her. You know what I'm saying? That's willing to go and get in a relationship. She's just unsure. So she's using hard to get as a cover up. So I'd say it's wise. I'd say it's a wise move.
A cover up for what again? I'm sorry.
For cover up for not exposing herself as being able to recognize a good man. So just playing a game with him to see if she could gather information. That's just my opinion, though. Honestly, I think it's a wise move, and I don't think it's necessary if you actually know what you want out of a man. You don't have to play games with him. So I think they're just using it as a technique to cover up their insecurity on being able to make the right judgment.
So is it a good thing? It's a good thing or a bad thing?
It's a good thing on her behalf because then it puts a filter in front of the man, so he don't really know what she's aware of.
Seriously.
Okay, I seen Precious. And
so I would say it's a wise move on a woman to be playing. I would just say it's a wise move on a woman. She can cover things up about herself by just playing around with the dude.
I seen Precious and Lady come off the mic when.
Go ahead, ladies.
But why is it wise? I don't get how that's smart. That's what I'm trying to understand.
Okay, well, if you don't get how it's smart, then that means you can tell me how it's not smart.
Okay, so if a woman is playing games because she doesn't want to reveal herself, okay, or that person, you saying she doesn't want to reveal herself to the person so he doesn't get access to her goods. I'm not talking about
no, that's not what I'm saying.
I'm talking about like just her intelligence.
I'm just saying she's unsure on how to make the right judgment on whether or not this guy is good for her or bad for her. So she plays around with the guy to see if she can just get more information out of the guy.
That's
okay,
funny.
like is this guy worthy of dating? I don't know what I'm doing, so I'm just gonna play around. I'm just gonna leave this dude hanging on the hook because I don't know what the hell I'm doing out here. And I think a lot of women don't know what they're doing out here.
That's called phony. That's not smart.
Well, okay. You got a different terminology for it.
So if a girl is playing hard to get, how do you react to that?
A girl playing hard to get with me today, if I'm out here and dating a girl that's playing hard to get with me, how do I react? As a man, I'm gonna just if I want it, I'm gonna keep trying to talk to her.
So you're gonna hunt regardless. So regardless if she not showing love or she not whatever, you're gonna be like, yo, I'm on it. I'm still gonna be on her until she give in.
I have levels of how I, elevate my energy depending on what I'm getting back from the girl. If she's giving me conversation, if she just have a conversation with me and take the time to get to know my name and give me her name, that's enough for me to know, hey, look, I can actually get this girl. I might have to, some girls make you try a little harder.
And,
I mean, the ladies can answer that.
You with it, right? Basically, you're saying, yeah, you with that.
I mean, if it's something I want, I'll listen. I have signs that I listen for in a woman that let me know that I actually got a chance. And it's also signs that I listen for that let me know I might need to put a little bit more effort in. I can't just.
Well, I mean, the only reason I'm asking that is because if you're pursuing her, then it's clear that you want her.
Right.
At what level do you determine, no, I don't want her, or you know what I'm saying? Like, at what point do you say, no, it's too hard, or what, you know what I'm saying?
At what level do I determine whether or not I don't want to continue to pursue her? Is that what you're asking me?
Yeah.
If I'm able to get the information I need on whether, you know what I'm saying, she's suitable to be in a relationship. Like she's impressionable. If she's not impressionable, then that lets me know that I no longer want to pursue trying to retrieve her or try to get her to get in a relationship with me. Because I feel like her playing hard to get is covering that part up that, hey, look, I'm a full cup. You know what I'm saying? But I don't want you to know that. I want to see what's going on with you to see whether or not I could use you or not. So they play hard to get. They leave you on a hook and just play with your mind. And then you get what I'm saying? Once they figure out they can use it, then they'll bring you on board, or whether or not they can't use it, then they'll let you go.
But that's not smart. So she's showing that she's inconsistent. So you're not with none of those women, right? Meaning, so not your wife, but the ones before, right? Those women that you entertained because they played hard to get, were they good girlfriends to you?
No. Okay. Those girls that were playing hard to get, once I got the information I needed, then I knew that, look, okay, I see why you was playing hard to get. Because you got all this shit going on. You ain't trying to give me all the information I need so I can make the right judgment on whether I need to continue to try to pursue you. So now I got this wall down. Now I'm able to see whether or not I want to even continue talking to you. Okay. So I have to kind of some of these girls make you peel those layers back. They don't just, a lot of these girls are not just open and direct in the beginning. You gotta probe them. So once I'm able to get past that, now I'm like, okay, now I see why you was playing around with me. Because now you got this dude over here, you got a baby over here, you know what I'm saying? I'm good.
Man, it's like you talking about personal experience there, Bruce. You starting to open up to us now.
I don't know. I don't know, Bruiser, man. I tried to listen. But I can't be on that train, man. It's not smart. And I'm gonna tell you why it's not smart. It's extremely frustrating for men. All right. And a lot of the time when we're talking about this, I would believe we're talking in the context of mature men and women, not kids. Right. So it's frustrating because I'm a mature man and I value my time. Don't waste my time. Be very direct. And I think what we're more so alluding to is this fetishized experience that women want. Women like to be chased. So women with a fetish to be chased will do it. And men with a fetish to chase will do it. I don't have that fetish. I like assertive communication. If I'm assertive with you right back, if I'm assertive with you, letting you know my intentions, I want your assertion letting me know that you with it or not. Quick, fast, and in a hurry. And let me give you an example of why this is hurting our communities specifically. I always say that most black men we already know want to be with black women. But the only reason some black men are with other races of women is because they were distracted. While a black man was on his way to his black queen, he was distracted by a woman who doesn't play hard to get at all. While he was waiting for that other one, this woman was like, I'm here. I'm ready to engage with you. I'm ready to talk. She's gleeful. She's showing him she's interested and stole that black man from that black woman. All right. So while women out here playing hard to get, and unfortunately, I do believe black women play hard to get way too much. Somebody told you, it was taught to you to play hard to get. Let him chase you, girl, like it's cute. But no, it's not smart at all. It's literally hurting women's chances all over the place. Not calling the dude back, not showing that you're interested, is killing women's chances out here.
So let me ask you a question. I got a couple different questions, right? If you have a daughter, do you want her to be open and gleeful for the first guy that come up and show up and say, hey, what's up? I'm a black man and I want to talk to you?
I want her to be respectful.
But we're not talking about respectful. We're talking about playing hard to get.
No, I want her to give the same demeanor and energy to everybody. I want her to give the same inviting tone, like, thank you for taking the time to come up to me and, you know, let me know you're interested. But then at that point, she needs to let them know if she's interested in moving further or not. That's what I want my daughter to do.
But the problem with that is that she don't know what she don't know. So how can she effectively vet the guy without first allowing for maybe even you to even meet him, right? How is she able to determine that this is the guy that she's supposed to talk to without first playing hard to get in the guy's mind to determine whether or not that's the guy that she's even supposed to be with in the first place?
You know, that's an excellent question. So This is why I don't want my daughter to date at all. I want my daughter to go through a true to life courtship. You see what I'm saying? So I don't even have an answer for your question because I prefer my daughter not date.
No, Trigger Mike, you can't not have an answer all of a sudden.
Well, you see what I'm saying though. That particular question lives in the dating sphere.
Listen.
I don't want my daughter to date.
No, Trigger Mike. You said you talked about reciprocating energy and then all of that other type of stuff, and now all of a sudden you don't want your daughter. Wait a minute.
No, you see what I'm saying.
A guy approaching a woman and trying to consistently talk to her, similar to the example that Bruiser said, has nothing to do with dating. That has everything to do with him pursuing her. But if she rejects him, that in our mind is playing hard to get based off of the conversations that we've been having. And so on one hand, in the beginning, you said, wait, that's childish. And guys, you know, the only reason that Becky got her is because she was playing hard to get. I'm not saying you're right or you're wrong. I'm just saying that you speaking on both sides of the coin right now.
But you talking about the beginning of the conversation, like when you first meet somebody, how is that playing hard to get from one first impression? I don't get that. That's
you talking
not
to me, or are you talking
yeah,
to
I'm talking to, I'm talking to you. I'm saying.
Okay, say that again.
So if a man approaches a woman, the first conversation it has to be a high, you know. But how is that playing hard to get from the first conversation they had? If she rejects him the first time because she doesn't know him, so automatically, I mean, a woman's gonna be like, ah.
You can't be posing a question to me because I haven't given my opinion. The only thing that I said was that it was inconsistent in the answer.
Okay, so I just
the answer was inconsistent, and at one point, it's like, wait a minute, Black women is missing out because they're not making themselves readily available. And on the other end, when it came to his daughter, he's like, oh no.
Yeah, but I don't think that first interaction thing is what I'm constituting as dating. Right. So I would love the way I believe it to happen. I want my daughter to bring somebody to me that she knows well. I want a true courtship going on for her to say, I know this dude. We either have class together. We've been in school together. I've known him for years. I know his character. I would vouch for him in court. Let me bring him to my father because I want to begin dating him. Right. That's the vision I have. I know she can make her own decisions, but that's the vision I have for my daughter dating. Right. So I think what we're talking about is that more so if she's out. Right. And if she's trying to do the thing where she's dating, let a dude know. So we always say things like, oh, a woman knows if she's going to get with a dude the first second she meet him. Well, if that's the case, then you should let a dude know if you're interested. You're going to take that inventory right in front of his face. You know, women out here giving fake numbers or, you know, none of that is necessary. Just be straight up. You know, I just want my daughter to be more somebody who's more amicable. Like, thank you so much for your interest. I'm not, you know, looking for that right now or something like that. That's what I would expect her to do.
Cool.
All right, let me go ahead and get Mommy 3 in here. It's playing hard to get wise or unwise.
I think it's unwise. I can see what Anton and Trigger Mike saying because a lot of relationship coaches and stuff like that, they've been telling women to have 3 men, to date 3 men and play hard to get. Don't ever text him. Let him text you first. And there are a lot of women missing out on a lot of good men because they're using these strategies. They're getting advice from 5 different relationship coaches thinking that they can find their husband that way. So I think it's unwise in that way. But when you do run across a woman who has a dad in their life, it becomes different. It really does, because my dad took my guy deer.
Don't laugh that much before you get an answer.
He took him hunting, to deer hunting, and he did that for a reason because he knows his.
Man, I'm not going hunting with your daddy.
My daddy tested him.
If you don't tell your daddy to get on up out of here, I'm not.
That's pretty dope.
I'm not about to go skinning no deers with your daddy.
Country.
Listen, man,
deer hunting.
Tell your
My
daddy
him deer hunting because he
tell your daddy deuces. This is not 1950.
He wants to see how patient he was. First of all, he wants to see, because deer hunting takes a lot. You have
Nope.
And you married, so it ain't got nothing to do.
If I was single, I would not go deer hunting with your daddy.
But it worked for me. So I just feel like in most cases, you gotta, if a man respects a woman, he's gonna make sure he's gonna ask about your dad, especially if your dad is in your life. Now, other situations, I don't know, but I just feel like if you have a father and your father brought you up with certain things and certain ways, like with Steve Harvey, with Trigger Mike, with how you raise your daughter, it's gonna be different. So I suggest a man meeting the dad. That's but it's unwise to play hard to get, especially if the man is really showing you that he wants you and he's trying to get to know you better. Like, why you gotta wait till he texts you back? Text him back. Ask him how his day was. Like, damn, why you gotta wait till he texts you? Like, you're gonna miss out on something good trying to play hard to get for no reason. And if she playing too hard to get, she just don't want you.
I got a question about that hunting. Did that just happen now?
No.
Okay, back in the day. Okay.
No, it wasn't back in the day. It was
when should he meet the daddy?
Huh?
When should he meet the dad?
My daddy pretty soon. Cause my daddy was not. See, my dad, he love his grandbabies, and like me, I'm the type of person, like, you gotta be careful. I'm a single mom. You gotta be careful who around your kids and this and that. So my daddy wanted to feel him in first before he even thought about meeting my kids. So it worked.
Ali, what are your thoughts on that?
I mean, I think the phrase in itself is just a reflection of the dysfunction in society. So, I mean, if a woman's playing hard to get, it's usually a lot of women today, I would think they can do better, and they're trying to be bought. But a lot of women that try to play hard to get in today's time, it seems like they're trying to be bought versus the courtship that Trigger Mike was talking about. But then I can say, push back to my own self, people play hard to get because a lot of people just don't know what you get. You know, you could end up being established and dating someone, being married 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, and it ends up not being something you thought it was. So it depends, man. Like in today's day and time, I mean, it is a reflection of the quality of people when people playing hard to get, because we're addressing women when we talk in this context, correct? If we're living in a utopia, you would think a woman is open to courtship and she should be steadily available for men who either have a reputation or men her fathers know or just a man whose reputation precedes himself. She should be available for that man because what's yours is yours. But if you're living in today's time in society and you have women that get past the first 2, 3, 4, 5 guys where they were readily available and didn't know how to pick a man, they go back to that place where they don't trust a man because they didn't know how to pick one, and they 30, 40 years old still playing hard to get and may never end up with a man. So the beginning stage of a woman's life and having a father and having a healthy relationship with people and knowing how to create healthy relationships dictates that hard to get. She'll be readily available. She has a good father and good people in her corner where she can pick a good man and know how to create decision. And if she don't have those things and she's relying on her own decisions and being prideful with it, the hard to get is going to be her demise.
I got a few points on this. The first thing is I've seen women with good fathers turn out to be baby mamas. I've seen so many women with good fathers, dudes that care for her, took care of her, all of this other type of stuff, wind up being like a 3-time felon, a 3-time baby mama, 4-time baby mama, whatever, so on and so forth. And so I don't always think that a guy that's necessarily caring is also preparing his daughter effectively on what it takes in order to be in a relationship. He just being a net. He's just catching, you know what I'm saying? Hey, baby, I'm always take care of you, you know, whatever, so on and so forth. I'm gonna be Papa, whatever. That don't necessarily translate into her actually finding a good man. That's A. B, I think that a lot of guys truly don't understand how to take rejection, which often at times have created an environment where women have to feel like she got to give you her fake number, because now you're putting pressure on her the minute that she give you the number to make sure that it's her actual real number and all of that, right? But more importantly, the biggest thing that I think that we need to remember is that the quality of the woman, meaning the state that she's in and how many men that she's been through, is often at times going to determine whether or not she truly can play hard to get. Because I think that a woman that is highly coveted, you know, a woman that is highly desirable, and I'm not just talking about looks, I'm talking about a woman that has not been with a lot of guys, that does not have a long dating history. Usually those are women that are younger, that does not have a lot of trauma and bodies and a whole lot of sex and all of that type of stuff. Let's say you find a woman that didn't get bussed down in high school, a woman that nobody has known, right? Let's just say you find a virgin. She 19, 20, 21, whatever. She come from a good family. She's been focused for whatever reason, right? That woman can play hard to get, and she very much should play hard to get, because every dude should not have access to her, which makes her much more valuable to the man that winds up marrying her. But when we talking about these hyenas and these chicks that had already been around the block 19 times, don't you sit here and tell me that I'm going to wait for you. I want the same thing that he got. You've already don't tell me that you're a reformed virgin, because you're not. There ain't no reformed virgins. A rookie can only play in a rookie game one time in the NBA. Right? You only can go to the grade one. You can't do it twice. Don't sit here and talk about how we know that he hit it. And in that case, a guy looks at you as a buzz down. So at that point, you can't sit here and tell me what the quality of you are as a woman, because the value of you is what somebody else is willing to pay for it. In a guy's mind, a woman that we know that have been around the block for an extended period of time, you're not going to sit here and tell me how high quality you are, because everybody done already had it. So I think that the context in this conversation is, at what point does a woman's value start to go down to where we can say that, yo, you can't really play hard to get, you got to take what you can get. And that's what we see happen in the day. A lot of women have went through these phases. They've had their whole phases. They did what they wanted to do. They turned down the dude that they were supposed to marry for the dude that was big, and he just treated her like a piece of meat. He discarded her, and now she's saying, well, I'm gonna wait for my king. No, kings marry princesses and turn them into queens, right? You can't be a queen after you'd already been somebody else's concubine. That's not how it works. Let me say it one more time. You can't be somebody else's queen after you'd been somebody else's concubine. You can be somebody else's leftover, and that's where they got the saying, one man's trash is another man's treasure. Okay, listen, we had her. We did what we wanted to do with her. We pass them off to you, homie. You love her. You save her. You be the Boyce Watkins. You take care of her. You make her, your queen. Congratulations. We need people to pick up the trash in the community. But the reality is that when dudes level up and they get to a certain level, you can't sit here and tell us what the quality of women is that we should wait for. The quality of women that men tend to wait for is actually the woman that every man has not known. So that's just my personal opinion.
So you say it's wise?
Depending on the type of woman that it is. If it is a woman that has not been bussed down and ran through and had trains ran on her, I think that she should continue to hold herself to a higher standard, because that's the reason why she hasn't been ran through in the first place.
So
everybody ain't had access to her.
So you said you think it's wise for her to hold herself to a higher standard, but the question is asking you, do you think it's wise for her to play hard to get?
Yes, that is holding yourself to a higher standard.
Okay, good.
Absolutely. 100%.
So that's how you translate it. You translate playing hard to get is holding yourself to a higher standard.
When you are a woman that has not known a lot of men, yes.
Okay, so
that's the context. But if you are Vivica Fox, don't sit here and tell me that you playing hard to get. Ho, if you don't take the first thing running down the street, no.
Oh shit. Here we go again.
Hey, but wouldn't that mean that if you and I can recognize that she shouldn't play hard to get and she should take the first train?
Vivica Fox specifically.
And she should take the first train smoking.
Mm-hmm.
Wouldn't the Pookies and the Ray Rays also recognize that she should take the first train smoking and then further add to her demise?
Well, that's the thing. She's already destroyed. Ain't no add to the demise.
So basically, you don't got
she's a walking dumpster fire. Okay. So let's be clear. The first man is willing to take that picture and put that fire out. Grab him up. Grab him up. but she's already a dumpster fire. I don't know why we try to make it seem like just because people are reformed and they go to church or something, like, yo, listen, at the end of the day, you were still a prostitute. Like, you still was on the street walking and all of that. You know what I'm saying? Like, we not going to act like you different. You still you. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's like a car. Like, it's still got 236,000 miles on it. At the end of the day, you can run that Carfax. That car done had bumper to bumper crashes. I'm translating this into women and bodies. It's then had crashes in the back, crashes in the front. Just because you went and got some surgery and repaired the bumper, listen, that still got Bondo on the body. I don't care what you do to it. That car has a history. And nobody is going to overpay unless it's a sucker. Shout out to Boyce Watkins. Nobody is going to overpay for a car that got 236 miles on it, had the engine changed 1,000 times, had multiple different accidents. You took it to homeboy shop instead of taking it to the shop that they recommended for the insurance company. They busted down. They did the Bondo job on it. You messed up the wheels, the tires, the transmission is all fucked up. Everybody busted down. Now I'm supposed to come through. And value it more than the car that's on the car lot. I'm supposed to look at that car the same way as the 2023 that's on the car lot, and you a 93 Escort.
That's cap.
You a 93 Escort.
It's cap. You know, it's guys out there that's willing to wife that.
Right,
you know
Boyce Watkins. And listen. And I agree with you. Here's the thing. There's always plenty of people that's gonna shop at homeboy's car lot, the used car lot that's out on. I don't do that. If it's not the new car dealership and I can get a warranty with mine, I'm straight.
Nope.
You took this to a whole nother level. I mean, I was just thinking about a woman who is dating a man. Like, she finds interest in him. She says, okay, let's go on a date. I will go with you. And then throughout the dating process, she acts like she can't share information and be herself. And then she's like, I'm interested. I'm not interested. She keep going like this. You know, and that's what I was thinking about. You're taking it in another, you know.
We got to add context. Every woman does not deserve the great man. And we should get on men, and we are starting to say, listen, why are you talking to a baby mama? Why are you talking to this chick, right? Why are you lowering yourself to this standard when in reality, you a king, you the prize. You the one that got access to marriage. Why are you making yourself so readily available to every chick that wants you when in reality, she don't even deserve to be in the same room as you?
So do you think a man with children should date a single mother?
A man with children is more valuable than a woman with children. Absolutely, 100%.
So
with children is much more valuable than a woman with children. 100%.
But I'm saying that man with children,
when he's on child support, is he still valuable if he got 5 baby mamas and he on child support for 5 different kids? Do that still make him valuable?
Okay, so let me ask you a question.
You cannot expect me to take.
No. This is a really good conversation.
I feel like you need to start telling me.
No. I'm gonna answer your question. I'm gonna answer your question.
Creating babies.
I'm gonna answer your question. Is Puff more valuable than Jada Pinkett?
Jada Pinkett married. That's not a good. He's single.
Let's say she was single.
Pick a single woman that has kids.
You pick a single woman with kids.
Mary J. Blige. Mary J. Blige.
Mary J. Blige don't have kids.
No. Listen, my pick
don't matter. Is she more valuable?
My pick is Diddy. He got multiple different kids by multiple different women. He just had a new one. You give me your pick of a woman that got multiple kids.
That's Hollywood. That got money, right?
Erykah Badu.
How many kids she got?
But she got 103,000. Common, all of them. Right? Is Erykah Badu as valuable as a wife as Diddy would be as a husband?
Diddy's a billionaire.
Why you asking me?
Plead the fifth.
That's a no, but still, that I'm talking about. I ain't talking about. You know what? Let's talk about average men.
No,
we need because we gonna talk about average men because actually the thing that Diddy doing, That's on a whole nother bracket. That's way beyond my tax bracket. I can't worry about rich folks.
But here's the thing, though. My point is,
compare myself to rich folk. I'm
my
talking about
point
what I
is,
see every
okay,
day.
listen. My point is that a man that is great is always going to be worshipped, and women will throw themselves at his feet, begging, wishing that he would impregnate them or to get married. Married would even be even better. Ain't no dope dude trying to run up and marry Erykah Badu. They might bust her down, but ain't nobody trying to marry her.
Pick me, please. Kim Kardashian. Kim Kardashian.
Oh yeah, Kim Kardashian.
And guess what?
He's a
Guess
billionaire.
what? Even with Kim Kardashian, she found a sucker.
But that's what I'm saying. She's of the same value.
She's not.
Tax bracket as
Okay,
Diddy.
well, if she was the same value,
then
how come the only person that proposed to her was Ye? Not Reggie Bush,
She been
not
married.
Ray J,
Married.
not Ray J, not Pete Davidson, not The Game, not every single listen. It
She's
was
been
only
engaged.
only one sucker.
3 times.
No, it was one sucker.
She's been married once.
Married 3
She's been
times.
married
She's been
twice.
engaged 5. She was engaged to Reggie Bush.
5 times.
And all of them was what? Chris Humphries, sucker.
She married 3 times, yeah.
Sucker. Yay, sucker. It's always gonna be garbage man. It's always gonna be garbage man.
She wasn't even a baby mama when you got with her. She wasn't even pregnant. She wasn't even a baby mama. She wasn't nothing. We talking about what is a baby mama more valuable?
Okay, so wait.
When a man with kids, stay on topic.
Wait. Do you think a regular? Since you want to go regular,
That's why I said I need regular.
You think a regular baby mama
and a regular dude with kids?
All right, so here we go. So you single, I'm single. Do you think you're more valuable to me? We both got kids.
I'm of all value, baby.
No.
I'm just saying. I
No,
don't
you
see
want to use regular
myself
people.
as higher or lower than nobody.
Wait.
What
You want to use regular? Let's be real. Regular, everyday people. You single, I'm single. We both got kids. Who's more valuable?
You using money as value. Like,
I didn't say no money. I said be both single. I didn't say nothing about money. I said nothing about money. I said who's more valuable?
I'm still valuable.
We gotta be honest and say that the man is more valuable. We gotta be honest and say that the man is more valuable, because if he wasn't that valuable, they wouldn't be giving women in the projects money to keep him out the house.
Thank you.
Gotta
stop,
say
stop,
it.
Stop. That is what destroying black women right now. Right now. Because what I said in the beginning, I said, why don't we hold the men that don't have shit and got 5 baby mamas in the project finna make they 6 baby mamas? Why we don't talk to those men and tell those men, look, stop having all these goddamn kids. Even if it's the woman.
It's the women need to stop opening.
I know exactly. That's crazy.
It's not. You can't blame a man for doing what a woman allows him to do.
But it takes
a man can't.
But you made Anton point again, though.
Unless you open your legs.
You know why? I'm gonna tell you exactly why.
Man, it's too many.
It's the same argument that we've been making for years.
It's too many dudes. It's just too many dudes around here thinking
it's the same argument that we've been making for years.
It's too many dudes
hold
thinking
guys
that
accountable.
Is what holds value to them.
We hold guys accountable for what they control. They control access to marriage. We say don't marry, don't turn a hoe into a housewife. That's our slogan. Women control access to sex. Why are you opening your legs to a man that you don't want to?
And I agree with that. All I'm saying is you already know what controls the projects, the government. We know that. The thing, what I'm saying is, why are men telling other men that the only way to value themselves is to fuck a lot of women?
Don't nobody say that. Me and Bruiser
I'm
saying me and Bruiser literally just had an argument last week about this.
Okay.
We literally just had this out last week where we just talked about this. I said that I think it should be celebrated that guys withhold themselves and don't make themselves available.
That's all I want you to say. Thank you. They
don't absolve y'all as women from opening.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But that's all I really want.
No. No, we do our part. Guys do their part. We have it out. We have disagreements at the end of the day, and we hold each other accountable. Y'all are the ones that do not hold each other accountable. Y'all celebrate each other's trauma, and y'all continue to big up your homegirl and be friends with her, despite the fact that she making you look bad because they think that you a hoe because you hanging out with a hoe.
But what about y'all men that actually take care of y'all kids?
You never look in the mirror.
Nope.
You
No. I'm asking you a question. I want to know if you practice this, if you do this first. I'm asking you a question. I'm finna ask you a question. You saying about women holding other women accountable and this and that. I want to know, like, do men actually, would you hang around a man that's a deadbeat that don't do nothing for his kids? Like, you would ask him, like, why you ain't with your kids or this and that? Like, would you still hang with a man that's irresponsible and not taking care of his responsibilities? He'd rather go in the street, hang with you than be with his kids, or try to
hang with him, like play the video game with him or some shit.
No, I'm saying just going out. Just
let me tell you something, baby.
Regular everyday shit.
If he put money in my such men. If he buying my product, yeah.
I don't know such men in real life.
Okay, awesome.
I don't know such men in real. We have marriage parties.
That's a very broad question.
That's awesome. No, the fuck is not, because I have a cousin. I have a cousin that don't.
Well,
do
you
nothing.
know such men.
I have a cousin, a relative that don't do nothing, and it's so crazy because all his friends are like married and they be with their kids. They have family time, and I ask them all the time, like, why, like, what's going on? Like, why are you not trying to be there for your kids? And he was like, I don't care. I don't care about them kids.
Hanging with people and investing in your resources and time and stuff like that in people is different. I can hang around anybody and I don't have to absorb their incompetences. You get what I'm saying? I can be around anybody and none of the stuff they do gonna rub off on me.
Yeah, it's just a question. I was just asking you guys.
That's corrupt character though, so we can't be naive.
But realistically, Anton already said we can all agree as men go after the women who are inaccessible. Women want the men that all women want, no matter what. Women want men with results. So even if a man is 40 years old and with kids, he's more valuable than a woman with 40 years old and kids. Like, y'all know that. Who's chasing after 40-year-old women with children versus a man who 40-year-old with children can make another family and have more kids? It's unhealthy for women at that age to have kids. So we ask that as if we don't acknowledge the reality of what's happening in our faces every single day. It's good for you to get married early. We get established late. It's just the balance of nature. We just got to humble ourselves. It's a double standard for a reason.
I call cap on that, man. I don't think women want men with results. I don't see evidence that women won't. I don't see any evidence that these women out here want any man with results the way they move.
Well, that's what they ultimately gonna want, but
they look like they going after. It look like they're just trying to go get their own results. And then whenever they getting ran through and all that stuff, and at the end of their career and they getting old, now they want to go find a man with the results. And now we got to deal with, like I said, unimpressionable woman. Because they didn't look for a man with results early on.
Right.
They wanted to be equal to the man and go get their own results and say, look, feminism told me I can be on the same playing field. I'm gonna go after my own back. Fuck trying to bend for a man and try to fit into his system. I'm gonna create my own system.
Hold on, y'all.
That's what I see.
The Indian there. Go ahead. I thought you came off the mic.
Oh yeah, no, I got coffee. But to me, I've dated the men who are 40 years old who are now they're done hoeing around. They've reached certain points in their career, whatever. And that's a red flag to me. It never works out. It always ends up being a red flag for me because they're very set in their ways. They a lot of the time are almost intolerable. Like when you get around them, they're very closed-minded and they're a certain way, and they essentially take women who are my age between like 25 to 30 because your uterus still works, you're still considered feminine, fit and friendly, whatever, and essentially try to groom you into being a certain type of way.
They're supposed to do that.
sense.
A man's supposed to get older and be stuck in his way. He's supposed to create a system and know what his purpose is, and then find a woman who could fit in his system.
But it's intolerable. Like it's not like
it's intolerable because you
what do
have
you
a
mean?
submissive,
Like, can you
not submissive.
explain that? Intolerable.
Well, don't say I'm not submissive.
You can't tolerate him because he's wanting to mold her into fit so she can properly fit
what she
into
means
his.
when she says intolerable.
Hold on, bro. Let her finish. Go ahead, Andy.
So when I say intolerable, I mean like a lot of the time they're bitter or like they've been heartbroken by maybe a college girlfriend. They had a relationship early on that might have made them emotionally unavailable. So now they're 40-year-old men with these great careers and everything like that. And they've experienced all these different women and they've traveled and they're seasoned. And it's like, they're just not fun.
Can they take care of you, and can they take care of you and a family that y'all could create? Can he do that?
What do you mean?
Is
like
he capable of taking care of you if he married you? And is he capable of taking care of the household?
Well, I would hope that he could provide because he's 40 years old with no children and no.
So you entertaining this guy to the point where you could figure out all of his intolerable traits, but you're stating that you hope that he can do the main thing that you probably you want him for. But you've took the time out to find out all of his iniquities and all his past and stuff, but you didn't focus on, okay, can this guy be a husband?
Well,
can he be a father?
To be honest with you, just personally speaking, I don't look for a person to provide.
So how is he intolerable? Okay. You got it.
Well, you said he's no fun. What did you mean by that? He's no fun.
Like
at 40 years old.
At 27 and versus 40 is a giant age gap. Like
I know.
my sex drive versus his sex drive. Let's boil it down to that. Two different things.
What do you look for a man to do?
Huh?
You said you don't look for a man to provide. What do you look for a man to do?
Oh, what do I look for a man to do?
Mm-hmm. What's the fun? The specifics of fun.
Like
wanting
sex? To travel, being spontaneous.
You look for a man to have fun?
But a 40-year-old, I'm not into the big age gap, but a 40-year-old could travel and have and
what did your father to tell you to do? Father tell you to look for a man to do?
He's over. I'm going to go back to my original point because there's a bunch of different points being thrown at me. So Lady Di, I'm address yours first. You asked me a 40-year-old can still travel and can still do this type of thing.
Be spontaneous.
I dated a 40-year-old and all he wanted to do was go to fucking Las Vegas all the time.
But that's like, not 40-year-old.
Companies, blah, 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 all this and that. He's like, I'm into gambling. This is what I want to do. Right? He's like, I've already been over there to Europe. They don't like Black people over there. Blah, blah, blah. Like, that's what I mean. Like set in his ways. Like he's been to these countries. He's been to these countries. He's experienced it. He's like, I don't want to go back there. It's like he's eaten fish 15 times. There's nothing that I could say or do to convince this man to eat fish. It doesn't matter if I lemon pepper it, fry it, or do whatever. He's eaten fish 15 times and he knows he doesn't like fish.
What?
He's very set in his ways. He's very absolute. So for me, being 27 years old, I'm still growing and I'm still learning. I'm not at the 35 mark yet, but I'm a perfect candidate.
Like knows what he wants.
What are the good things that he
21 years old.
Hold on, Bruce. Hold on.
I'm not 21 years old because I'm going to be honest with you. 40-year-old men don't want a 21-year-old because they haven't had any life experience. He's like,
what?
It's like
they don't want you as a 21-year-old.
Yeah. You making a lot. There's a lot of cap going on.
You gotta chill.
One at a time, y'all. One at a time, y'all. Let her finish.
Hold on. To fuck a 21-year-old? A 21-year-old? No. To make a 21-year-old
who told you that?
Baby? Yes. To make a 21-year-old girl his sugar baby. Sure. To make a 21-year-old somebody that he sleeps with and takes out the country and has fun with, sure. To marry and have children with a 21-year-old, Hell no. And it depends on how she was raised. A 21-year-old now, a 21-year-old who has a BBL and hasn't even had a baby out of their body yet, no. They're not marrying those girls.
You are smoking crack.
What?
I don't know, Indy. You got a good head on your shoulders.
What
on this
feminist
one,
group you
I
part
think
of?
you need, yeah.
But you
On
put
this one,
restrictions on the type of 21-year-old. So if you just take that part off, and a woman that's 21 has a good head on her shoulders and is mature, then they would take
you
that.
find me a 21-year-old right now in today's time. A 21.
We're not doing that though. You trying to have a number range. We're not even talking about
Say
number
it
range.
say that one more time.
I want you to find me a 21-year-old right now who has her head on straight. No BBLs, no cosmetic surgeries, no alterations to herself, isn't run by social media, doesn't have a following of over 5,000, doesn't do all 3 platforms of social media, TikTok, Instagram, all that. A 21-year-old. Find me one, please.
give me 24 hours.
Real quick, please.
No,
So,
give me 24 minutes.
I said
like
you grow up in a religious household though. A religious
look,
household.
she add more context. What more you want?
Hold on. So, Indy, right? You say you 27 or around that age. So you was with a man that was 40 years old, and you didn't want to entertain him.
That's
so
what I was about to say, Lady D. You had a problem.
But I'm saying you had a problem. You 27, 28, whatever, right? You're saying a 21-year-old, you can't find a 21-year-old who is, got a head on her shoulders and is not for the streets, right? But you are 27 with your head on your shoulders, right? And you dismiss this man. So that's part of the issue too.
I would hope you saying that a 21-year-old still wants to have fun, and you're saying you're 27 years old and you still want to have fun.
But you're 27 and you didn't want to entertain this man because he was eating fish every day and he wanted to go to Las Vegas. So that's a problem.
Y'all are not getting.
That's not fun.
I used an analogy, and now you just took it and talking about fish. I used it as an analogy. I didn't.
But that was the example. I'm just throwing the example.
I'm
back.
saying when I used that as an example, I said that he was stuck in his ways. That's the purpose.
What do you consider? That's what I meant when I said it back. I just didn't say stuck in his ways, but I'll just use that. He's stuck.
What do you consider a head on your good head on your shoulder?
Hold on. So he's stuck in his ways, okay? But you're 20-something. So let's say that 21, you're 20-something, and you don't want to entertain him.
You're married. Both of y'all are married. When was the last time y'all were in the dating market? When was the last time y'all went out on a date with somebody?
I have clients. I have clients. Like I actually do this for a living.
Clients. But when was the last time you?
Okay, if I have a client, don't you think I have to be indulged into their life? Right? I have to know what's going on, right? So it's not like I'm like oblivious.
You are not in the dating market though.
Okay, so what are you trying to tell me now? So
someone telling you their filtered, biased version of something that's a client that wants your help versus going out and actually really going out there and swimming versus training an Olympian and then going out and swimming and doing it yourself is two totally
You know what, Indy? You know what, Indy?
Hold on. You can't tell me how you can't tell me how I do my business, right? You can't say, hey, this is what I'm doing, and I don't know what I'm talking about. So I'm saying clients because that's what you could understand, right?
I'm waiting on you to say what your head on your shoulders is.
I'm saying that you right now seem like a nice person, right? So you are available to date, maybe to marry eventually, right? You are saying that someone is set in their ways you're not interested in, but then you're shaming a 21-year-old today that is not able to be with a quote unquote 40-year-old man. And I'm saying if you really wanted to be serious with somebody, you wouldn't look at those things and maybe take what he has to offer you that's better than in Las Vegas. You're talking about a lifetime commitment. So you probably still single because of that.
No, actually, I'm not single. Thank you.
Okay. Good for you.
And I've been married.
I know you've been married. That's that story.
So
you've been married. I know.
You proud of being divorced?
Wait.
You're saying that like that was good, but okay.
Hold on, y'all. Ali, why you confused?
I ain't confused. It's just blood in the water, man. That's
man.
And it's like she set herself up with everything she's saying. That's why I'm not confused at all, man. I'm not confused at all. I'm not. Because what is it you're looking for a husband? You said you were married, so that means you are divorced. Now you're dating again. So it's bringing us back to the first topic again. Do you think you can do better than the guy you're with, or you just playing hard to get? And you're not actually looking for marriage. You're looking for a good time. and a man is going to give you a good time till he finds a wife.
I said I'm looking for a good time. That's what I'm saying. Like, y'all take stuff that people say and y'all go all the way to the left extreme field with it.
I might say about y'all, but go
when I said I want to travel, i.e., I want to travel with my husband. I didn't say I want to go out here and be a city girl and have a good time and be a hoe. I said that I would like for my husband to want to still travel.
What if he doesn't want to travel?
For my husband to still want to do fun things. I would like for my husband to still plan date nights. The 40-year-old that I was dating was not doing those things. Simple. That's all.
One person. So what I didn't like what you said was that you was talking about.
Well, hold on, lady. Hold on, lady. She's still talking. Hold on. Go ahead.
Y'all were taking what I was saying and y'all were doing like all this with it because you want to turn a molehill into a mountain. All I said was that I want the person that I marry. Everybody else can do whatever they want, and y'all are both married already. So whatever I do in my marriage is my choice, and whatever my standards are my choice. I said I want my partner to still want to travel, to still want to do date nights, to still want to have fun, to not be stuck in their ways, to not want to sit on the couch every Friday night and scratch his balls and play the game, and want to watch the Cowboys every Sunday and not take me out.
Who controls the relationship? But who controls the relationship more, you or him? Does a guy decide to be in a relationship, or do you keep, or is it more important that you want to be in a relationship?
What do you mean?
Who controls the relationship? Like, you give access to sex. A man gives access to a relationship. So if he doesn't want to be with you, he's not going to be with you. You have to be valuable to him.
But I don't date anybody that doesn't want to be in a relationship with me. I don't even entertain anyone that doesn't want to be with me.
Then how'd you end up divorced?
What do you mean?
What do you mean? How did you end up divorced?
That is definitely very personal, and I don't feel comfortable talking about that because it was something that threatened my life.
Okay.
So,
okay.
I don't want to talk about that on this podcast.
All right.
Okay.
What's going on, Queen?
Good segue.
Welcome to the show. If you guys just tuned in, welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk. Make sure you guys hit the like button. I'm hearing the likes are down. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Shout out to the sponsor, Teej Hanley. Uncomplicated skincare for men. 30% off along the free gift. That link is in the description. We got a few super chats. The Will 199. Also, member says, Mommy 3, did your eye clear up? What happened with your eye?
I woke up, my eye was just, it cleared up a little bit.
Oh, man, you stay away. So contagious. Noble Xavier, $5 said, hey, shout out to my wife. I love you, baby. Whose husband is this? Anybody getting claimed?
Must be Precious. She laughed. She smiled too hard.
I don't know who that is.
The AP accountability partner, $5 off him. Said, just showing some love. JR never stops moving the conversation. Wyatt, 856.99 says, a 304 don't deserve a good man. Just like a man sitting on the couch eating Doritos, playing a game all day, don't deserve a good woman. Greatness to work, $2 also. Member says, I bet they won't tell you their son can marry a baby mom.
Damn sure it won't.
Christopher J199 says, Indy on drugs, respectfully off course. Wyatt Beef 856 199 said, who man is this, Indy? Marcus Evans $5 says, just accept the L, Indy. Demesh Moss $2 says, Indy is habitual post mover. Wyatt, oh my God, the queen has arrived. This is for you, Sheba. The queen has arrived. The real Pookie $2 says, the bigger age gap, the shorter the marriage. The Will 49 sitting on the couch on a Friday night scratching my balls sounds amazing.
Damn sure it does.
That's what Indy does not want. I don't think all 40-year-olds are like that, Indy.
Nah, they damn sure not.
That's what I was saying.
They're not. That's why I said like him though. I use that as an example. Not every 40-year-old is like that.
Especially he got money.
Okay. Speaking of money, somebody else got money and officially to sponsor the show right now. You got go ahead, Anton.
Shout out to Black Titan, also a member, and with the 100 ball. He said, good evening, good people. Get the likes up. He got the thumbs up. Shout out to Black Titan been holding us down for a long time. Let me just formally say on behalf of the Lapeef Network and Lapeef Let's Talk, we love you. We appreciate you, Black Titan. Thank you. Thank you, my friend, for holding us down. You are much appreciated.
All right. Highest bid of the night, Black Titan always comes through. Appreciate you, sir. Maximus Styles, $10 says, I can understand all of that other stuff, but watching the Cowboys is non-negotiable. Go Bears. What y'all laughing at? What's so funny? I don't see nothing funny.
I see how he just brought that plate to let us know he just got served some food.
Flexing.
He ain't slick.
Anyhow, let's go ahead and get this show started. Hit that like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. I like a woman with experience in and out the bedroom. Let's go ahead and talk about this.
I know some doctors who got their bodies out on their pages. I know some lawyers who still twerking in videos on Instagram. You feel me? Like, and I know some women who is out here doing their whole thing. That has nothing to do with your principle for me. I can't speak for all men. You feel me? For some men, that's a turn off. I like some miles on mine. I done been around that block a few times. You understand me? Like, I need you to have some about you. Would I like you to have some class about yourself? Certainly. You feel me? I just need to know that whatever you got going on, you done took the time to polish it. But like, bro, I'm just rough around the edges. Like, and I need a woman that speak that same language. I don't need you to be out here prim and proper. I want you to be praying for me, but like, I want you to understand what you praying for from experience. You feel me? Because you done been through shit. So when you pray over me about anxiety or PTSD from being from this environment, you know what the I'm talking about. You know why my head on the swivel and all the time. Like, speak to that. You feel?
All right, so
this shit I be talking about.
typically we are used to hearing people say that they are looking for the virgin out there, but on this particular instance, he said he likes a woman that has some experience. So let's go ahead and talk about it. Go ahead, Mommy 3. I know you came off the mic. Then I'm gonna go to Queen and get in there.
It's so crazy. That's what I'm saying. Like, dudes like this, they be on these panels and talk all this shit, making it okay. Like, to accept this type of shit. Like, I talked about this plenty of time. Well, one time before, like, I wish that I would have listened to my dad. Like, I kept my virginity all the way to college. And my dad home, he was strict. He didn't play them games. I went to college. Everything he taught me went out the window. And I ran across a dude that probably was just like that. But I don't agree with that. I don't know. This shit just it threw me off. This dude threw me off. Just come back to me.
All right, I'll come back to you. Just go ahead and relax a little bit, Mommy 3. Queen Sheba, what are your thoughts about it? This guy says he likes a woman with a little bit of experience. He doesn't want that rookie.
I think it's his personal preference. I can appreciate honesty out the door up front. I think what he's saying is he wants a woman that has a little bit of sexual experience, but he don't want her to look like it. You know, he's basically saying, you know, I want to have a good time in the bedroom. I don't think he's a single man, right? No problem. He's saying it. Women always say, we want you to tell the truth. So, and he told the truth. I want a woman that I can enjoy in the bedroom, but I don't want her to look like she has miles on her. I want you to be sophisticated, but I don't want you to be insecure. And when we get in the bedroom, to be insecure about your body, the position, I want you to match my energy. I'm okay with it. That's a grown man that's having a grown-up conversation.
Y'all just be talking.
Just... You about to go in, son?
What do a chick that got a lot of miles on her that don't look like she got a lot of miles on her look like?
It sounds like he's saying, I don't want you twerking. I don't want you that I'm basing on what he's talking about because I don't date women. So based on what he's saying, I don't want you on the internet twerking and jerking. I want you to look the part. But when it's time to perform, I want you to perform like an escort. So I don't know.
Right. Isn't there a saying, a lady in the street and a freak
in the bed?
Like, didn't the OGs come up with that saying?
Well, a chick gotta have a lot of miles on her. So let's mine this out. Because y'all want to talk. A chick gotta have a lot of miles on her in order for her to be a freak in the bed.
That's what he say.
No. You was very supportive of his
I am supportive of a man being honest about what he wants. That's his issue, not mine.
What the deflection is just insane.
Yeah.
Y'all be so supportive of the narrative. I love what he's saying and all of this. Now is, oh no, that's what he's saying. No, substantiate your argument. The idea of it is that he's saying he want a hoe, which is cool. We have no problem with hoes. They fit certain parts of society and they serve their purposes for certain men. But what is a hoe, again, that don't look like a hoe? Because your wife is supposed to be a hoe in the bedroom. Every woman that take her panties down and lay down in the bedroom is supposed to be a hoe. If you don't have a chick that's gonna perform like a true hoe in the bedroom, then you doing it wrong in the first place. So that goes without saying. That's just like, that's why I say this is just word salad. They just finessing the different words around to make you feel a certain type of way. Any chick that get in the bed with you, when she pull her panties down, she should be doing whole shit. So now that we got that part out the way, what the fuck are we
you
talking
mean freaky stuff? Freaky stuff.
When he said that I want a chick with a lot of miles on him? So your chick got to have a lot of miles on him in order for you to bust her down the way that you need to bust her down? What are y'all talking about?
Do you remember the episode that we had talked about this, where I had said, like, I grew up in a household. Veronica was talking about it too, with the whole microphone thing. And we were like, I was like, I grew up in a household where sex was like demonized, right? And then I got married at 18 with no sexual experience. And like it
and then he should have unlocked you.
No, but that's what I'm saying. That he was older than it turns into a.
He should have unlocked you. When she got married, it said cleave to your spouse, not leave your mother and father and cleave to your spouse. Whatever it is that you needed to do to make sure that he was satisfied, to say the bed, you do what you need to do in that bedroom. We don't really care about that. Once you get in my space, that's it.
But that comes from like everybody's not. You're not going to be good at doing that stuff at first.
I'm gonna fix you.
That's what I'm saying.
You can watch videos.
I'm gonna fix you.
Is the man going to be patient enough, especially a man who's sexually experienced and used to maybe like a certain type of experience or what? He's going to get pissed off at you if you're using teeth. He's gonna be like, hell no.
I know, what I mean? but we gonna work that out though. Open your mouth. Listen, open your mouth up.
She didn't want to do what he wanted.
Because at first, when you first start, your jaws is gonna hurt because you're not used to doing it, right? You're gonna get used to it though. We gonna fix that. That's a time thing. We got a long time to fix it. Your jaw's gonna hurt. You're gonna get locked jaw and all of that. All of this up in here for you, you're gonna say it's hurting you. We gonna fix that though.
Did you enjoy Indy? Did you enjoy him, or he just enjoy you? Like what it was like? You just enjoy him like that? You wasn't like.
What do you mean? We talked about that. Remember, I had told you that I didn't even know my own body. Like I didn't know my own body.
Oh, he turned you out.
That's what I'm. Yes, and that's what I'm saying. But he had a certain expectation for me to be a certain type of way. When I'm 18, I'm not sexually experienced at all. Sex was demonized in my household.
Oh,
you're not having I'm not even comfortable doing.
It's supposed to be demonized in your household by your parents. You 18.
Yeah,
when you're a good girl and you've grown up in a certain way, like you are gonna feel dirty doing those things.
Well, me, girl,
you're supposed to.
I used to
listen. Your parents taught you right. It is supposed to be demonized by your parents outside of your marriage. Now, once you get married, that's up to him to unlock you and show you what's really happening. It's supposed to be demonized. That ain't supposed to be. So what? That's supposed to be free will and you're supposed to do whatever it is that you're supposed to do. They did right. Your parents raised you correct.
Yeah. And let's tell the truth. Let's tell the truth about it, because dudes don't really get mad when you're doing it wrong, you know, based off of inexperience. They get mad when you're doing it wrong so they can tell you to stop. So let's tell the whole truth.
Okay, Trigger.
No, but we don't get mad if you're doing it wrong. We just get mad if you're not trying to do it right.
That's
We
what I
don't
mean.
Refuse to participate. I don't want to do it.
I don't know.
We don't
Y'all
mind.
been
I don't
with
mind
a-
teaching you.
Y'all been with a
and
chick that y'all
walking.
got mad with?
I don't
That's
mind
what I'm
walking you
saying,
through
though.
anything.
Some women, like, okay, when you're 18 and you have a fantasy in your mind, like a guy who's just used to just getting straight to, like, he's used to being with hoes or women who just get wet off. He pulls out the money, he does whatever, and they're getting wet like this, and he has to put in all that work. Like, girl, I don't want to do this.
It's in your mind. You gotta put in your mind.
How do you know all this? You've been around the block, ain't you?
He doesn't.
You talking about me? You talking about me, bro?
No.
Oh.
Yeah, he's talking.
I think it depends on the man, though, Indy. Like, there's men that would say stuff like this because they probably just used to dealing with hoes. But a man who wants to be married, not saying, you know, it depends. So a man that wants to be married, they may have the patience to train, let's say, someone who is unexperienced. So you probably just didn't have that man. But I wouldn't say all men are like that, because, you know, there's men that would say, hell no, I don't want you experience. So
Because some men want a wife, but they don't want to be a husband, if that makes sense. They want the benefits of having a wife. They want easy access to vagina. They want this and that, but they don't want to do that part of it, like being a husband, which requires, okay, I have to now teach you things, or I have to now train you a certain way, or I have to mold you into this, especially being young like that. That's why I was saying 40-year-olds don't want an 18-year-old because of those things. If she's
I think, you know, I don't think that men don't want to be husbands. I think that women don't want to have an open mind to the things that men want to do. Does a man want a woman with experience? I'm not quite sure if he wants a woman with experience, but he does want a woman who has an open mind, a woman that's not going to always say no, a woman that's not going to always be like, oh, well, my parents taught me not to do it, and now, you know, I feel nasty doing it. He's going to be like, well, you know, you're not at home anymore. You're being intimate with me. I need you to have an open mind. I need you to be, you know, down to at least try this with me. At least try it. If you're not trying to try it, then a man is gonna, you know, you have to usher him into being that husband too. You can't wait for a man to always, you know, say, hey, do you want to do this tonight? Hey, do you feel comfortable doing this tonight? No, you have to have that open mind and say, you know what, I wasn't really feeling it the other night, but tonight we could try it.
I don't think that's being a freak, though. With, like, if you're trying stuff out and then working at what it is that's being showed to you, you trying it. Be a freak is like something.
But
different.
Anton just said the guys do want their wife to be a freak.
Eventually.
They just want them to be a freak and a hoe for them.
Eventually,
guys do want that though. Like, that is for sure. Like, if you don't give that to them, after a while, he definitely finna go get it from somewhere else for sure.
No. So you got it wrong.
I want it everywhere.
It ain't if you don't give it to him. It's how is he not getting that from you? How is he not training you up, right? Because it's different when you're married, right? If you're talking about a chick that you just busting out in the streets, yeah, listen, I'm not really trying to groom you and all of that type of junk unless I'm trying to hold on to you for a little bit, right? But when you're talking about a chick that you're gonna be with forever, I don't understand how people get mad in a marriage, because that's something that you build in a lifetime with, right? I don't even want to just have sex with you. I mean, sometimes I do. I don't want to just have sex with you. Like, I want you to want to have sex too. It's almost like love, right? You don't want somebody to just say, when you say I love you too. No, I want you to actually mean it when you say it. So don't say it based off of convenience or just because that's what you used to. Don't say it until you really mean it. And so he needed to train you up. And training you up had nothing to do with just the sexual part. The training you up has something to do with your mind. When you unlock a woman's mind first, you unlock her legs. She'll do anything for you. As a matter of fact, when you unlock a woman's mind, she gets off by pleasing you. She wants to do more. She wants to do anything you want her to do. She wants to slut it out. So really, it was just a deficiency on his part in really understanding how it is that he was supposed to deal with women in the first place. When you're talking about a wife, you're talking about the foreplay aspect of it all day, not just sexual, but But when I hit her up and say, yo, what's up? What you doing right now? You know what I'm saying? And she tell me about her dad. Okay, cool. Listen, let me know if you need anything. That's the first part. The second part is, you know what I'm saying? She might send me a little text and she said, Anton, what you want to eat today? And then I send her a picture of herself naked. You know what I'm saying? Like you don't know. It's different things at different times that unlock a woman's mind that put her in a position to where when you get in, she's yearning for you. And then all of the other stuff as far as the physical, that's easy. That's easy. And so my point is that it's a different type of relationship when you get married, to where he was supposed to unlock you and it wasn't just supposed to be just a sexual act.
Yes.
Oh, yes, that is true. That is true.
You okay down there, Mommy 3?
I mean, that's true. I'm telling
Mommy
you,
down there with a baby pool down there.
I got this girl. Because I have this towel warmer, right? And he one day he just told me how much he said, I don't think I ever told you, but I just love when my towel be warm when I get out that shower. Woo, that had my mind gone. Baby, it was over with that whole night. You gave just a little bit of stuff.
Little service. See where it gets you?
That's all it takes. It just takes just one little smaller thing. Like he said, he sent a picture of her like, I want you. That just makes a woman just feel good. Like that's an awesome feeling.
Oh, hell yeah.
Let's go ahead and get back into the topic. I guess the bedroom is the topic, but he says she's like a woman with experience. Anybody else want to speak on this that haven't?
Yeah, they staying on code again. Not all of them. Some of them staying on code again. The elephant in the room is the men that women want are married, and they're not good enough for the men that they do really want. So the only person that game will run good on are the women who all ran through for him to get away with what he's saying. The problem with that is that it's a reflection of actual relationships, because when he gets her, she really didn't want him. She knew he was a sucker. He catered to everything that she didn't want to be judged for. Whether it's and from my experience, when I dated with certain women, they'll brag about the guys that gift them, the guys that get them what they praise them, just tell them everything they want to hear, but they don't want them. They'll be like, look, I got all these guys that want to be with me. Why won't you be with me? So they'll get him, and then he end up catching feelings too. And then they get married. She never really liked them, and then he fights for her reputation to keep from being embarrassed. And then he can't clown the dudes he was clowning before. And then it goes right back to the same way, where people just end up in a broken relationship again, because both people weren't really happy with each other. He pedestalized the vagina and she got a sucker. So
you mad at him? Are you, so what you take up issue with a man having a preference in the bedroom?
No, a man can have what he wants. But okay, are you gonna, if we did the video the same way, are y'all gonna support the video the same way?
I'm just trying to follow you. I'm just trying to follow you.
I'm asking you, since you want to follow me.
No, I'm trying to follow you. So hold on. All right.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. It's just a question.
Oh, I know.
I know. Hold on. You okay? Damn.
No, I didn't know. I'm just going to
I must have missed something.
I can ask you right back.
Happened before I got here?
If the video was saying the same thing and women will brag about they want a man.
No, I'm just asking you a question based on your talking points.
If we saw the video of a woman saying, I want a man with experience, because that's the truth though. Women want the community D in real life. Y'all lie about it, but that's what women want. They want the man that most women want. So I'm asking you, if we just saw that video, will y'all be as supportive for women to be with men who are community D?
First things first.
Okay.
It's based on your talking points. The issue, just based on your talking points. First things first.
Okay.
So when you were saying, based on what he said as a man, and you were saying women really want a man like that, blah, blah, blah. Do you take up issue with the man, or do you take up issue with the woman for wanting women like that? That's all I'm trying to clarify.
Mostly the woman, because she knows she don't want a sucker, and she know that guy's gonna tell her everything she want to hear, and she end up dealing with him, and they end up talking bad about men, because that wasn't the kind of man she wanted anyway. She wanted a real man, but she let him run game and spent time with him to boost her own ego.
Thank you.
Of course.
All right, so this dude is I think he has a misguided and immature viewpoint on this. All right, so I really want to know how he grew up, and I want to know if he tell his daughter to be experienced like that before he got married. I don't think he knows what he wants. I don't think he knows. I think what he's doing, he doesn't understand what he's asking for. He's glorifying the freak and downplaying the mature woman, right? And he's doing that thing that simp men do where they try to ingratiate themselves with women. He knows that's what women want to hear because there's too many freaks out here. So he's trying to make them all amenable for his own sexual desires, right? So down the line, I want to tell you the situation these men find themselves in. Women are going to big him up. They're going to retweet everything he said. They're going to reshare it, right? He gets in an argument with a woman that he chose that's sexually experienced. The first thing out of his mouth is going to be, "You a hoe." That's how those men do. All right. Everything he claimed to like about you, the second your relationship gets contentious, he used that one thing that he said he loved you for and calls you right out of your name by it. So that's what those men do. Y'all can keep glorifying that type of talk. He don't know what he wants. That's immature. Mature men don't want that.
I would say is I'm on the other fence of it. I think the dude is very well aware of what he wants. I think the fact that he's on a podcast and he's on social media, he's got to be well informed to know what the hell he wants. He's a grown man. If that's what he wants, by all means, that's what he wants. If he want a woman that's slutted out, that's what he wants. I got nothing against it.
So because he's on a podcast, that means he well informed?
I assume that he is because he's talking on a podcast. He's privy to social media. I'm pretty sure, especially in this space and these topics he's talking about, I'm pretty sure he done ran across Lapeef. Pretty sure he done ran across Frederick Fitt, all these Kevin Samuels and all these people, all these different ideologies and principles to know whether or not what it is he wants. I don't think he lost. I think there's some guys out there that really don't give a damn and they don't care. I told you, it's guys out here that have low standards like that don't mind having a woman who's been
the same.
Rappers.
I'm not disagreeing with the fact that he knows what he wants. I'm just saying
when I say I don't have nothing against it, that don't mean I'm embracing his standards or I'm embracing his
we don't have a disagreement on that. We're not disagreeing on that. Cool, he know what he wants. What does him being on social media got to do with him knowing, you know what I'm saying, him being able to articulate himself and all of that other type of stuff? What does that have to do with anything?
That's just an assumption. That's just my assumption. I assume him being in this space, he's been exposed to different ideologies for like in offense, not defense, but in offense to Trigger Mike saying that he don't know better. I don't nobody on this panel could convince me that this guy don't know better.
But he's pandering. He's just trying to get some coochie like that.
I don't know what he's trying to get.
Every single day.
I won't even go as far as saying he's trying to get any coochie. I'm saying
every
is
single day.
Guys out here that just want women that's already freaks.
It's right. Every single day. Every single day, we see dudes jump up on these panels, and they don't know they right from their left. And just because they're able to talk on social media or they can make a post. Look, bro. I see guys that talk on the internet, and when you meet them in real life, it's different. In real life,
I don't know this dude.
It's different.
I have to listen to the whole conversation. I got to listen to previous points.
And social media, time and time again, and I'm gonna throw JR under the bus right now because we didn't. Me and JR then ran into dudes that be on social media, and JR is the nice guy. So JR just love people, and he just be rocking out, and I be looking at JR like, you know what I'm thinking.
It's all about perception, Anton.
And I'll be like, you know what I'm thinking, right? And he'd be like, yeah, I know what you're thinking, Anton, because all of that talking on social media, but when you see him in real life, it's a whole nother conversation. They be in the corner, froze up. It'd be 50, 11 holes in the room, and we work in the room, and they be in the corner with they cup like this. Come on, man. I ain't going for that shit. You're not fooling nobody nowadays. See, the thing about it is eventually we're gonna see you in real life. We're gonna be able to find out exactly who you are and how it is that you move. All of this social media shit, yeah. I'm not going for it. I'm not going for just because you got a platform that you able to give somebody some advice. I'm not going for it at all.
But was he giving anybody advice?
No. I'm going by what you said. You said because they were on social media and that they had a platform that it made them more credible in what it was that they was communicating.
Those weren't my words. My words was Trigger Mike said that this guy don't have any standard. We could tell by wherever he was raised, his upbringing and all that shit. I'm saying I know people, in fact, that had the right upbringing. Just like you said, you know, women that had two parents in a household and they ended up with a nigga that did prison sentence and all that shit and became a whole hoe. I'm saying I'd be around people that recognize, okay, look, McPherson or Darwin, you know what I'm saying? That's my real name. He has a wife, he has a family, he's got his shit together. Those guys don't give a damn about that. They still want to go out here and take women to the dumpster. I'm saying these guys are grown men and they're making these decisions. If that's what they want, who am I? Only thing I can say is I don't support it and I don't push it around the people that I communicate with as a standard that you should have with dating these type of women. But I am well aware that there is guys out here that actually want women that freaking are experienced.
Well, I'm gonna tell you who I am. I'm gonna tell you, and I operate the same way that I expect the women to operate. And I say that they don't hold these people accountable. And the fact that they do have a platform makes them open for criticism, just like every fucking body else. The same way that people can criticize me is the same way I'm going to go in on people that think a little bit differently, that I think that it's ruining communities and actually saying the shit that's actually bad for men and women alike. So when I see dumb shit and people got a platform, it does not absolve you from catching these strays just like everybody else. I think that the shit he said was goofy. It was dumb. It is bad, and it's a bad example of what it was that we supposed to be operating like within our communities. And I think that it sets a bad precedent and example, because these same men is going to be sitting here talking about how it ain't no submissive women and how all these hoes is for the streets, when he's very much one of the reasons why that this is happening in our communities in the first place. So I don't give a fuck. Like, I don't care about what none of these dudes are saying. I'm going to stand on what it is that I stand on. I'm going to be consistent with it. And I think that what he said was goofy, 100%. And because he got a platform, he can catch these strays just like everybody else.
Go ahead, Andy.
Anton, there are, just like there's a platform for like where they're pushing good things and stuff like that. A lot of the guys between in the early 20s to 30 age range have podcasts pushing the same thing. And they're influenced by the VVS, the rap culture, the BBL women, the Moneybag Yo and Ari, the toxic shit. And they go on there and they push it. Like, I encourage you to go look at it because it exists. Just like, you know, the other side of it exists. And people are tuning in and watching that stuff. And there are guys on there who are assuming that women now from a certain age to a certain age have a high body count. So they've just accepted it. It's almost like cheating. Women have now accepted polygamous lifestyles or open cheating because it's something that's been normalized through social media.
No. I think that women have accepted it because women advocated for it, but they didn't realize the repercussions that came along with it when they wanted to have equal. They didn't want to be sex shamed. They didn't want to be held accountable, but at the same time, they wanted the rights. And now they're in a space where they're starting to complain about it. See, it's one thing to hold men accountable, but it's also, when you live in a culture in which everybody is free to do what they want to do, you also have to hold the women accountable for the decisions that they make, and also because they've created the environment by which men then look at them like hoes. You wanted to be a hoe. You wanted to be sexually liberated. You wanted to do what you wanted to do. You wanted to slut it out and do the slut walk with Amber Rose, and you wanted to have your college experience and all of that. Okay, cool. Now, when I see you, don't get mad at the label that I give you, because that's what you are. If you a hoe, I'm going to identify you as such. And I'm not going to absolve you from the responsibility that come along with it, because this is the thing that you advocated for. See, when we see somebody that kills somebody, we call them a killer. When we see somebody that mess with little kids, we call them a pedo. We label people based off of the experiences and the ways in which they operate within our society. So when I see a chick that everybody busts down, don't ask me to call her a woman. I'm going to call her a hoe.
And that's true, because guess what? Just like what Andy said, it's not a lot of good women left. And they're just, and like those girls that age range, they body count way higher than a lady in the 90s body count would be in her 20s. And it's so crazy. And and these young guys like that, They have thousands of podcasts promoting hoes. 304, they promoting this, saying that it's okay. You have value because you a hoe. And there's not a lot of good women out here. It's not. Like the pool is very low. Like it's low as hell.
And that polygyny thing, like they actually been doing that for a long time. It's just that now men are being honest about wanting to exercise that. So young people hearing it, because young people don't know about that, right? So young people hearing it and they're like, oh, I could do this, but it's actually been around for a while. It's just now, okay, let's bring it back to society, basically.
It's a social but that's what I'm saying. Like the normative culture and what's being pushed on social media and the things like poly relationships are now like people have YouTube channels and they're making a whole bunch of money showing like their morning routine with the two wives and the husband.
But it's
like,
just Ray and some hoes. It's a Ray.
But that's what I'm saying is that they're showing that and they're promoting that and they're like the hoes are getting reposted on social media platforms. They're not reposting good women. They're not reposting
it the wrong way. I was trying to say something like that. Like, when are we gonna like? I want to hear like a lot of men hold these like these little young.
No. Y'all wrong. Y'all are wrong.
Like how can
because the good women are not supposed to be seen.
No, I'm talking about the guy. I'm talking about. I was trying to say in so many ways, like these young guys with these podcasts, just being simps and capping and pandering to women to make them feel like it's okay to get a train ran on them. I'm trying to see, like, I don't hear enough men talking about those guys
because we don't focus our energy on the negative. We focus the majority of our energy on the positive.
So, Anton, when you said good women are not supposed to be seen. Yeah. You mean like we're not supposed to promote them on social media, right?
No, like I show my lifestyle, but very rarely do you ever see my chick. You don't see her. Like she don't talk. She not for everybody. None of that. She have a good time. She be playing with her friends and all of that. And she like, yo, I don't even want to be bothered with that. I experimented with it as far as like, yeah, we're gonna talk about marriage or whatever. And then I was like, fuck that. They don't deserve you. They don't need to, you don't need none of that. And she was like, I prefer to stay in my bubble anyway. So no, she chilling. And she don't need to be for everybody. And the wisdom that she got is for her daughter. It ain't for nobody else. My daughter is gonna get the wisdom. It ain't everybody. Fuck these hoes. They ain't getting none of the wisdom that she got. She ain't teaching them. She ain't giving them no game. She ain't saying shit to them. Fuck them. They don't deserve none of that. They don't deserve her presence. So that's why we don't promote them, because y'all wouldn't appreciate them anyway.
JR.
Yes.
Man, how can I get one? How can I cop one of them shirts like Anton got, man?
I seen one.
So my thing is that like for me, I try to find women like you just said, like your wife on social media to follow and to look for it. Like JR, I'm gonna just use Kelly as an example. I love following Kelly on social media because she posts, she's funny, she posts positive things, she's ambitious, but she's also still very like submissive and things like, you know what I mean? Like examples, positive examples of what something that I would want to emulate, or an example of versus what's pushed on social media, if that makes sense. So why not? Like, because there are good women left, and the few good women that are left are in that pool. Where do we look to if we don't have those examples?
Who are you asking?
I'm asking you, Anton, because you said that your wife, like,
where do y'all look to?
Yes, like
they should. Well, if they're not in your network, then you just gonna have to develop a relationship with them offline.
Yeah, that's what I'm like in church. Okay, like my mentor, she's in my church, right? But like, I
think it is some good women. I like, for example, I like Crimson Cure. I think that Crimson Cure is dope. I think that she has the right perspective. I think that she's smart. I think that she's wise. I think that she has a really good blueprint for how it is that women should be operating when it comes to relationships and so on and so forth. So I think that there are some dope women. I think that people tend to ignore, and it takes a little bit more work for people like her to become more relevant, because they'd rather be following the Amber Roses than they'd be following the Crimson Cures. But I think that Crimson Cure is absolutely one of the type of people that women should follow as far as getting some insight and understanding on how women should operate.
So I appreciate you sharing that, though, because for me, amongst my followers who are in my age bracket, I see more reposts of like Ari and the people with their ass out and naked and all that stuff. And so for me, being able to have someone that I could follow that is a positive example, or women that are positive examples. So when I am on social media, I'm being influenced in a positive way.
Shoot, Lady Di, right there is
Right. That's what. That's what I'm saying, though. Is like women like that. So why?
You got a lot of women that you can, eat their meat and spit out their bones.
You can go to Mr. Let Go's coaching group.
No, thank you.
Yeah, you can go to his. Hold on, Mama 3 Love. You got something against Mr. Let Go coaching group?
I think Mr. Let Go is dope.
Yeah, Mr. Let Go dope. He have good talking points, but go for real.
You talking about his panel personality? Have you talked to him offline before?
Yeah,
panel personality is different. I'll tell you that.
That's what I'm saying. My personality.
He's a really good dude. He's a really good dude.
My personality is different.
This is like a debate type style. So people are going to be different on here. But if you go on their channels, you can really see kind of like how a person is.
It's hard because it does.
She told you that. I didn't tell you that. I want him to say, man, you telling him I'm not consistent in person? I didn't say that. Lady Di said that.
But no, I wasn't saying it in a bad way. I was just saying that when you come on here,
I
spoke to him and it's so crazy.
Like no one debates all day. You get what I'm saying? This is a debate. So you come on here to healthy debate. So it's different here because that's what you come in here to do.
Debate
outside of this, like no one is like just like that. Like that's all I'm saying.
Yeah, he is so much better like a private conversation than a debate. He is. I must say. And it's so crazy because me and him.
That's what I said. Mr. Let Go is cool.
He kind of have the same. We kind of have the same content in so many ways with some topics about single moms and.
Well, simply, it might be a good idea to sign up for that coaching session. I think we got a lot of people that vouch for him on this panel. So,
what does a male-led coaching group look like, though? I need to see like a syllabus and some curriculum and like testimonials.
Well, I haven't been in his coaching session for. I think what you probably. I think he focuses on like therapy. For. Just ridding women of their childhood trauma.
Yeah, Ali doesn't agree with that. So,
but that's for women, though. I think Ali is cool with that for women, but for men, I think Ali was suggesting that men need to be around the men, right?
That men need to be around men.
Yeah, men need to be around men. Men don't need to go to therapy. But for women,
Bruiser, I see you caught an Ali coaching session, huh?
No, whenever they talked about the mental health stuff, that's not my lane. I kind of peeled back. And listen.
No, that wasn't what was going on.
Yeah, it was. I didn't say nothing the whole time. But I see you trying to bait up, Anton. Don't do that to me.
I ain't baiting. I'm just telling what happened.
But look, Indy, for what it's worth,
here we go again.
You know how men and women struggle in relationships today. What I do is I create videos that encourage men and women to re-optimize their mentality, and behaviors, so that they can align with the needed traits to be worthy of marriage and maintain a family.
So like an internal, like look at yourself.
Yeah. So I've been uploading
Andy, just sign up for Bruiser's
videos.
coaching session too, Andy.
Huh?
I said just sign up for Bruiser's coaching session too. I mean, shit, everybody's a coach.
I want to ask the women a question. I don't know who got sons, but if you do have sons in a society where feminism is promoted, a woman not needing marriage is promoted. A woman not needing babies is promoted. A woman not needing a man is promoted. Where maternity pictures is promoted, baby showers promoted. Even if you're not with the man, family pictures is you and the baby. And then everything's a lie, going from the hair, the makeup, the eyelashes, the filters on social media, OnlyFans, everything's, and just endorsing all the bad decisions of women. How would you expect your sons to treat the dating market of today's society, especially when even married men are worried about being in their marriages if their women ever change their mind? How do you expect your sons when they grow up to treat the dating market? And does that guy, the way he just was talking, have a legitimate reason why he's talking that way? Because he can't talk to no woman that isn't that way. So if he told her the truth and she truly wanted a husband, they could possibly work to a marriage, right? But then he just give her what she wanted. She wanted a lie and some D.
You asking us you asking the women?
I asked the women.
Go ahead.
What would they recommend their sons? What would they recommend their sons to do in today's dating market, where all of the women's bad decisions are endorsed? Even if they get married, they can do whatever they want to do for happiness, divorce for happiness as well too. What do you recommend your son to do in today's dating market?
I have. Anybody else?
Stay near the cross. It's like, nah.
That's why I was like, does anybody?
Honestly, he would have to use with precaution. He would have to move, with precaution, because you just don't know who is real or not nowadays. And he would have to really be coached by men who have been in the game for a long time. And when I say in the game, I mean men who can actually give you wisdom, men who can actually steer you in the correct direction. In today's world, trying to be led or trying to do things without being led, you're just going to, run yourself off the cliff. He needs to be led by strong men.
Is he going to have to worry about men or women?
What do you mean? You said, what do you tell a young man?
We can give him all the advice.
Dating?
We can give him all the advice we want. We can teach him how to lead. We can teach him how to be established. We can teach him how to fix. We can teach him how to cook. We can teach him how to clean. And then he goes, man, I'm finally ready to get a wife. What are you going to, how can he pick a wife if the dating market is in its current state? That's what I'm asking. If he picks a wife and she still has the power to change her mind, say, you know what? I don't feel like doing this anymore. I think I can get a better option.
So for me, I have sons. I have 4 actually. So that's why I'm on these panels, and I do what I do, because when my kids get older, I want them to have some type of option than what is today. So I come on here and I come off a little hard because they gonna be looking, 4 sons. That's a lot to me. And my husband, he does what he does and train them. But then, you come across these women and it's going to be like, well, I don't have nothing to choose from. So what should I do? Should I go mess with them and do what everybody else is doing from what I'm seeing? Or should I wait and until I find a wife? That's not fair to me. So I'm trying to, make a difference. I can't really get too much onto like the older women, because some people are set in their ways or whatever. But at least for the younger women, the women who are not experienced, the women who are looking for guidance at an early age, who may not have mothers and grandmas to teach them. So we as women who does have wisdom to teach other women, then we need to be out here trying, if that's your goal, be out here trying to change the new generation. Because if not, you see what's happening today, it's going to get worse and worse and worse. And then we're going to be in our house closing the door like we ain't trying to go outside. Because what are we going to be dealing with? Ain't nobody trying to deal with that nonsense. It's already bad now. So if we going to be on here being positive, because they are watching. They going to watch that hood stuff, but they are going to watch us too. So it's like, let's show them what it's supposed to look like instead of looking like a whole bunch of nonsense. So I'm going to be on here for a while because I got 4 sons, period.
Right. And I only asked you that because I know there's a lot of times finger pointing and blame game, but essentially a woman has to give permission for everything. Y'all give y'all the gateway. We have the master key, but y'all got the lock. So y'all give permission to everything. So if I can get all the way to somewhere where you tell me where you're not a certain type of woman, were you really the person you said you were? So if our sons end up being sexualized and having more sex than marriages, is that because of the men, or is it women giving permission to that man to have sex with her? If y'all give us permission for everything. I can't hold you. I can't kiss you. I can't take you on dates. I can't be intimate with you unless you give permission. So don't you have way more power over the state of society than we do?
No. Ali, you gotta leverage your
think,
power, bro.
yeah, I really think that if we teach our sons that is you are valuable, you are way more than that, than to just have sex with these girls because they opening their legs up to you. You ain't gotta do none of that. Like, that's what I feel. I
So
just feel like
we teaching our sons to be virgins, but women can have high body counts.
I didn't say that.
So what are we teaching then?
I said she ain't gotta open her leg. You teach your daughter the same thing. Value yourself. We always tell women
No,
to
no.
don't have
If we're teaching men to be established, to be able to take care of himself in the family, hold on. And he
No,
has
let her
to.
finish. I would like to hear a thought. You kind of
I was talking, Ms. Sheba. And a woman, the only thing a woman has to do is show up with her being valuable. Showing up as a woman with some type of chastity and be a woman for him to take care of. If she doesn't show up as that type of woman, how does he get a wife?
No,
how is it put on him?
We're talking about as a little boy. You saying son, as a little child, as a boy turning into a man. What do we as mothers? You didn't say father. You said, what can we do as mothers to nurture him, to let him know that you don't have to do those things. Like, you can value yourself, just like we tell our daughters, value yourself. We always talk about high body count. A woman that has a high body count, she in the street, she's no value. Let's teach these young guys that too. Having sex with all these women does not make you just the man. You don't even have a job. Why is you fucking everybody? You don't even have this. You still staying with your mama. You still doing all things like
Y'all missing my point.
Let me ask you this, Mommy 3.
Hold on, Bruiser. I think Sheba was trying to get in there. Go ahead, Ali, and say your point, and then we'll get Sheba in there.
If the state, the main thing I'm trying to say is this: if she's having sex, and she's the person that's initially going to determine if she's going to be married or not, and I'm able to get sex, okay, but I'm a leader. But let's say there's men out here who trying to be leaders, and they keep running into the same situation over and over again, where women like, I want power and leverage over a man. I don't want to be a wife. So he treats her accordingly. That's what I'm asking. If we're getting to the point where we're coming back to keep the men and women are giving men instruction, that's still the same solution to all of us. The women are not getting any instruction. When I was growing up, grandma, the aunties and mamas was telling women to stop being fast. But now every time we go back to what we can do to better the society, and we go on these panels over and over again. If we continuously give instruction to men, it's demonstrating to us that we are in a society where it's overfathered in one way, but then undermothered in the capacity towards women. So the boys are overmothered and underfathered, but in the same capacity, the women aren't. The women have no instruction from anybody.
Let me get Sheba. Go ahead, Sheba.
No, I wanted her to finish her thought because I felt like she was on a roll, and I just wanted to hear her. That's it.
What are you referring to?
Oh,
when mommy was talking.
Yeah, I had kind of, I was just, I just really want our young men to kind of like value themselves. And, I just feel like if our kids end up having sex, we already know that that's going to eventually happen at some point of time. We know that. Only thing we can do is teach them the ropes. They're going to end up doing what they want to do because they're going to be adults. They're not going to be kids forever.
Why don't you ask Ali what would he do if he had a son to keep him from devaluing women? Why don't you ask him?
I would teach my son to treat society accordingly. We knowing the risk of marriage, men coming up here endlessly over and over again. We're seeing what's happening in society of how relationships are ending because women are failing to be wives. They want men. They want to be able to use men for leverage and power versus being women who are based for family. I'll tell them to treat society accordingly. I can't expect my man.
When you say treat society accordingly, what does that mean?
It's a sexualized society. It's an over-sexualized
So you saying you're going to teach your sons to just play into what's going on?
No, I'm gonna tell him to take care of himself and be safe. But if he ends up getting to a place where he gets to almost 30-year-old man and he doesn't touch a woman, that's very unrealistic. So if he has to get to a point where the best he can do is create at least healthy relationships with women that may be good mothers and he have children, that's a whole nother. The men marriage validated women. It didn't validate men. Men were supposed to continue his lineage by picking the best woman he could pick to have children with. Marriages validate women. Women can take care of them. Men can take care of themselves and get marriage and relationships at any time. That's what for women, to keep them from being compromised and for them being validated. So marriage shouldn't be how we validate men. So if my son is in a society where marriage can be used against them and the truth can be used against them, I'm going to teach them to move accordingly.
But do you think these young men are really Like you just said that they're on the father over mother. So let's think about those boys' mindset. What are they thinking? Because they're not thinking like that. Because like
Well,
you said,
look,
they don't come.
a lot of boys grow up to resent their mothers because of the positions they put them in. So do the daughters, and they end up loving their fathers later on because the mother didn't want to listen to nothing that father had to say. So there's a lot of fathers who want to be in their kids' life, and they get a bad reputation because the mother wants that man to be there the way she wants him to be. She don't let him get to be a father, actual man. So, but then if that man leaves, then he's called a deadbeat and a man who never wanted to be there. So it's a woman's responsibility to keep the family together. It ain't a man's.
But
the man.
Hold tight, y'all. Hold tight, y'all. Let me see if I want to get because we got to start bringing this one to a wrap. But Precious or Trigger Mike, did you guys want to hop in? I see you, Indy. Did you guys want to chime in on anything before I go to Indy?
No.
All right, go ahead, Indy, and then we're gonna go ahead and start trying to wrap this up, y'all.
So you had asked the question about what we would do with our sons. So I have a 7-year-old, right? He's really cute. He's adorable. He has green eyes and red hair, and he's light skinned. And everywhere we go, everyone says, oh, he's going to be a heartbreaker when he gets older. Oh, he's going to be a lady killer. And he hears these things. And then I picked him up from his dad from Christmas break. And he said something crazy to me. I can't wait to have a baby mama. My 7-year-old, right? And I'm like, where did you hear this from? Right? He's hearing it from his dad. So now I'm having to go in and countermeasure and tell him like, oh, we're not doing that. We are having a wife. We're going to grow up and you're going to be a father to your children with your wife and whatever. But he's 7. So if what he's being fed by society, what you're saying, like, oh, he's going to be a lady killer. Oh, be a player. Oh, you know, heartbreaker, blah, blah, blah. If he's being fed these things by everyone around him, and then his father goes in and says things like that, who helps on that side, like countermeasure that stuff is what I'm saying. Like,
who helps that? Who has the decision in picking who's going to be that
influence? That's
well, so these are conversations we're used to a lot. So again, whether it's my family dynamic or whether it's mental health, the greatest thing a mother can do is pick a great father for a child. So if that's the man you picked and a woman was picking for what we discussed earlier as fun or whatever you were looking for versus a father figure or a man who can be there for her child and a husband, then there would be it wouldn't be no baby mama. So I believe the mother has a bigger impact on a son looking at women as a baby mama, looking for a baby mama than the father does. Kids learn from what they see more so than what they hear. So if he sees his mama being a baby mama and he see men only coming in and out, maybe to pick him up or to have relationships with his mom, what do kids think their mom is good for and their daddy is good for? Typically sex, right? But so that mother has the greatest, the mother's greatest teaching point in that, because if you wanted to keep that man there, if a woman truly loves a woman, he's going to stay there if she operates on his page. It's the woman fighting. I ain't never met a man who truly loved the woman who's going to push away from a woman. The woman pushes away from that man when she don't want to serve him. That's the thing. When she thinks she's the man, she loses that man. So the greatest thing that a mother can do is first get a husband and then have a child, and then it'll reduce the chances of a father or a kid talking about what a baby mama is. Because my son might be talking about baby mamas one day. People on this panel may talk about baby mamas one day, and it could be from marriages, from divorce. So to keep from
dad were married. That's what I'm saying. Like,
right. You said y'all were married, so you picked his father. You had the greatest decision is picking his father. And then earlier when we discussed what a husband was, and which happens on this panels over and over again, women don't say they're looking for great fathers. Women don't say they're looking for great men who can establish brotherhood and who cares about the community, who cares about the elderly, who cares about humanity in general. They always talk about his height, how much money he got, what he can bring to the table. If he has a business, it has nothing to do with being a father or being a great man. So the mother picked exactly what that daughter and that son were going to get as a father. The mother has the biggest impact on what that family dynamic is going to be.
I give you as far as day-to-day influence goes, I agree with what you're saying. But like my son, because he's comfortable and he sees me and my parents are married and he's around them, he sees examples of marriage, family, and all that stuff. And I'm very protective over my children. So I don't bring anyone around, like men, as far as like dating and stuff, around my kids. But his father has greater influence because he is the parent that is like, when two parents don't live in the household, the parent who's not the bad guy, not the disciplinary, not the one that you see all the time, they become the hero. So like his dad's in the military, his dad's a soldier, his dad lives 3 hours away. I don't ever say anything bad about his dad. His dad has greater influence because that's the relationship that he cares more about. If he has access to a mom all the time and grandparents and women in his life, he doesn't seek nurturing or like influence from women. He's looking for what's lacking, which is male influence.
So why don't you let him be with his
I wanted
father?
to say to that I think what he's saying is the husband that you chose or you guys got married, he probably wasn't a good father figure. So now you have to deal with those consequences of your ex showing him this other type of lifestyle. And that's with anybody, it's men or women, because men could choose a woman that they marry and they're not going to be as good as a mother. So now they have to deal with that consequence on that ex-wife or whatever, teaching their kid the opposite of what, you know, they should be taught. So that's just what you would have to deal with pretty much the rest of the time that, you know, you guys are raising him. And that's anybody. So it's nothing you could do about that at this moment, because if he's still, let's say your ex-husband is, let's say, immature, I'm just saying, if that's who he is and your son visits that, then that's going to be his influence. That's his father. And same thing with the mother. If the child is visiting the mother and the mother's, you know, doing things that are not right, then that child is going to be influenced by their biological parent. So picking better just means picking a actual good mother and a good father, regardless if the marriage works or not. Because it wouldn't matter if you're visiting, as long as the person is good, that, you know, the child is visiting somebody good, that the location, all that don't have to, you know, there's nothing to do with that.
And with all due
Hold
respect,
on, wait. Let's be for real though. Like, because at the end of the day, we can point the fingers back and forth. How do you know if a person is going to be a good mother or a good father?
Until you have a child with them.
Like, if we just want to keep it 100, how do we know that a person is going to be a good mother or a good father?
the quality of a person.
I'm about to say the quality of their mindset.
No.
The quality.
No, you can get a good you can guesstimate according to their background.
That's what I'm saying.
You said a key word. You said guesstimate.
Yeah.
How do you know that a person is going to be a good mother or a good father?
You don't. You take a risk when you have a child with them.
Yeah, there's risk in everything. But you could take a calculated risk or a stupid one. It's your choice.
I don't take risks, man. I know whether my wife.
What? You married? What you talking about? You don't take risks?
No, I didn't. I knew my wife was going to be able to be a good mother.
Okay, explain. Anton is asking. Explain that.
Well,
okay. So let me ask you a question, then, Bruiser. Let me ask you a question. You know for a fact that your first wife would have been a good mother, also?
No, I didn't even know what a good mother was supposed to be.
What you talking about?
I'm talking about my wife that I'm with now that I had a child with. I didn't have a child with that woman.
But wait. You got married. When you got married, you knew that there was a possibility that you could have a child with her, though, right?
No, because I was wearing rubbers. I wasn't ready for a child.
What?
I was not ready.
You was wearing rubbers with your wife?
I was not ready to have a child.
All right.
I was 21 years old. And listen, y'all ask me, y'all say y'all don't want me to make
No, I get it. I'm not
line y'all questions up that begs explanation behind the decision I make, and then in turn use it against me to say I made an excuse.
No. I'm not using it against you. I'm helping further the argument or further the conversation by using it as an example. If you
wouldn't it be better to use the example that I have now that I actually have a child in the relationship?
Because if you get married to a person, it's till death do us part.
I'm married.
Despite the fact that whether you got divorced or not.
Who said it was till death do us part? Who said that I couldn't get a divorce?
You say it in your vows.
The altar.
Yeah,
that's the
vows. In your vows.
I didn't say that. I just said yes, I do.
What did they ask you when you said yes, I do?
First of all, I went to a magistrate. He read some shit off, but I don't give a listen. Me personally, I'm not trying to tell anybody to pick up my ideology or my principles. But if I don't want to, if I make a decision, that's my decision. I don't give a damn about nothing. No book, no religion, no nothing.
And now we asking you questions about your decision, so you can't get.
So I married my wife, and I knew she could be a mother, and I gave her a child.
No. You just said you went to the altar, and you said you didn't give a shit. He read some shit.
That was my first marriage as a 21-year-old. I was not. I was not.
Man, you don't. Hold on. Wait. You don't get to absolve yourself of the responsibilities that come along with the decisions that you make just because you were 21. When a chick have a child by a man at 21, we hold that chick accountable and we say, "Well, you picked the wrong fucking man." Own
15
that
years ago.
Listen,
absolving
yourself.
I had this conversation. I had this conversation 15 years ago. I'm way ahead of all that now.
So. It's still a part of your past.
I have a new wife. I have a family. I have a new way of thinking. So I don't go back there and try to fix where I messed up.
It's not going back there trying to fix it.
The way I fix what I messed up.
You used
the way I fix what I messed up is I instilled the right way through my children.
No. You used your current.
That's
situation.
how I do. You listen. That's you do the way you do.
Cool. You can't run. You used your current situation.
I'm standing strong on mine, dog.
Yes, you are.
No, ain't no running here.
You used your current situation to substantiate the argument. When I asked the question about how do you know, when I asked how do you know that a woman is going to be a good mother, you said I knew. So you referred to your current situation. I
referred to the person I gave a child. Because it makes sense to answer it that way. How did I know my wife would be a good mother? I knew that before I wanted to give her a child, she was a good mother. She would be a good mother. So I gave her a child.
So then I asked you about the previous woman that you married.
That's where you messed up.
No. Stop trying
where
to
they got no relevance.
Because you asked how we got here, and I'm explaining.
How does that have any relevance for what my decision is right now?
I'm explaining it to you. If you just be quiet for
okay, go ahead.
So now I reference back to your first marriage in which you knew that it was a possibility for you to be able to give her a child.
I did not know. I just told you I didn't know it was a possibility because I knew it wasn't a possibility because I wore protection.
But you took vows and said,
I knew I did not want to have a child. Therefore, I wore protection. I was 21 years old, fresh in the military as a private.
You married a woman.
No way I was going to have a child.
Think about it. Even at 21, you married a woman that you knew there was no possibility for you to have a child with her.
I knew I didn't want to have a child, so I eliminated possibilities.
At no point.
I was okay. Do you remember when I told you when I told you the
yes or no? At no point you knew that you didn't want to have a child with her. Because when you got married, you didn't know you was going to get divorced.
The entire 2 years and the entire 6 months that I've seen her, I knew I didn't want to have a child.
You're not answering the question. When you got married, did you know for a fact that you were not going to have a child with her throughout the entirety of the marriage because you did not know you was going to get a divorce when you got married?
We had a conversation before we got married, and I told her I didn't want to have a child. I didn't want to have a child until I got out of the military.
But so it was a possibility for you to have a child then?
In the future, yeah.
So why you acting like I'm crazy when I asked you the question originally? Because you married, and the point that I'm making is that you married a woman with the possibility of having a child, but you didn't know that she was going to be a good mother.
No, listen, I didn't have the ideology in my mind, and we both know what
regardless of how
I didn't have the right knowledge to even make
regardless of how you substantiated. You married a woman.
You gotta let me respond. No, I didn't have the right discernment to know whether or not what the criteria a woman needed to meet to be considered to be a mother, a worthy mother. I did not know that. I didn't have that mental capacity.
Bruiser, did you love her?
No.
Okay.
I didn't even know what that was.
You married a woman that you didn't even.
I mean, people in the military typically married.
You could say that. You could say that it was a contract marriage. I knew that this was my girlfriend. She was deploying.
It was for that money. That bad.
She was deploying. And you know, and if anybody was on this panel been in the military, you know you get an extra kickback for BAH.
I was like, I knew this was a BAH marriage. I knew it.
I was just gonna say.
It was by no means nothing. You could try to force it to align with what my mindset now, but I was 15 years ago, and buddy, I was not the same guy.
God, I was gonna say,
in the way I recognize that I made those mistakes, but I don't try to erase them. My way of making it right is redeeming myself through my children.
I'm not talking about your redemption story. I'm talking about how do we know that a woman is going to be a good wife? That is the original question. And so if somebody substantiates their argument by saying, well, I knew this woman was going to be a good wife, and then I ask them a question and say, well, did you know that woman was going to be a good wife? It's not about the redemption story. It's about substantiating the argument by how are you identifying these women and what are the qualities that you're pulling out of these women? And what's the difference between the previous situation and the current situation in order to determine whether or not this person was going to be a good mother? Because the only thing that I'm hearing is guesses. But you said
I didn't guess. You asked me to go back to my old wife.
Correct,
I never gave
which
you the
is why
details.
I started to ask you the questions because you said that you knew.
My wife is a nurturing woman.
Yeah, I was gonna say how she treats you.
She's
Like
very caring. She's very caring, and she provides everything that I need and everything we need in the house.
Yeah, she dope. I met her in person. I think that she's absolutely
so those
awesome.
things. These was before she had it. This was before we had a child. She's very feminine. You know what I'm saying? So she's very soft.
Being
and very
feminine and soft does not mean that a person is going to be a good mother, though.
But a good mother, what the criteria for you to have a good mother to you is different from me. What I require a woman, the traits that I require from a woman, for me to give her a child, it's not the same as every man. Just like that one guy on the podcast, the required for him to get a woman to be with a woman, it's not the same required for other men. He prefer a woman to be loose and have all these bodies.
Which comes back to the original thing is that I don't even think that most people, how can we even substantiate these arguments and say that, you know, good mother, bad mother, or whatever, when everybody got a completely different definition of what we would define as a good mother or a bad mother? It's the same argument that people make about being on code for the black community and saying that I'm black first. And then you will ask them a question and you'll say, oh, okay, so y'all black and you blackity black and you blackity black. And they'll all say, yeah, we all blackity black. And then I'll say, okay, so if a black man marry a white woman, is he still blackity black? And then they'll say no, and this person will say yes, and this person will say no. And there's no foundation for how we define what a good mother is, because then we'll say, well, is he nurturing?
Let me answer.
Hold on. There's no solid foundation as to how it is that we define what a good mother is, because this woman over here will say, well, a good mother is a person that's a friend to her kid. And then I'll say, well, no, you're not supposed to be a friend to your kids. You're supposed to be their parent because you don't want to enable them. You want to hold them accountable. And then another person over there will say, well, no, I know that she would have been a good mother because, she's always there for the kid. And then the other person will ask them and they say, well, she's always there for the kid, but she won't let him see her father. Is that still a good mother, or is that still a good mother based off of just your standards? We don't have a standard in the black community. We don't have a standard.
Okay, so if we talking about the community, I agree.
I'm gonna let you cook. We don't have a standard amongst men. So if you come over here and then you say, well, these are just how I feel, then that doesn't substantiate an argument, because that's not something that we can extend over to the women and tell them, hey, this is what it means to be a good mother, because it's based off of how you feel, and it's not based off of anything that we can substantiate in order to build a great community amongst black people. That's why I was making an argument.
But that's where I'm trying to get you to understand. Every man has his own system, has his own way of running his household. We try to put a blanket on it and create a criteria for all men to follow. It don't work like that. What goes on in my house, hold on, I'm gonna let you cook.
Gentlemen, we gotta
let you cook. What goes on in my house and the way I operate and what I require of my wife is totally different from any man. And I'm not trying to push my principles and the way I operate on another man. The number one thing, if you don't remember anything I say on time, the number one thing that I appreciate that my wife showed me to influence me, to persuade me that she was a good mother, is selflessness. Right. That's what they lack. You have to set aside your own wants and desires.
But then you got everybody on here that's a coach, and you can't say, well, this is how I feel,
because you actually have to be able to substantiate while you're telling somebody else, because you can't get no take backs.
Who said how they feel?
Come on, y'all.
All
We
right.
gotta move on.
I'm
We
done.
gotta move on. Guys, just tune in. Welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk. Make sure you get the likes up. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Super chats real quick. Noble $2 says y'all funny. She's gonna watch the playback. King MCF 2199 on this episode of Lapeef Let's Cap. Inspire 1999 says much respect to Indy and her perspective. Monster $5 says telling the truth is BS. I've did a social experiment for 6 months and that ish doesn't work. Back to the line. I can't make time for all of these. What's this? WM DTA FW. Mike checked 12. $10 said it's hard for a woman to go backwards in lifestyle and a man to go backwards sexually. Chris Rock. Rebellious Videos $2 says BP prioritized and overemphasized sex too much. Eugene Steele $10 also member says when you get into a relationship, there are sacrifices you have to make. Your spouse may not do oral, for example, like your past partners. That's one sacrifice. It could be a worthy sacrifice.
Divorce.
Grizz Treats 1999 says, gotta call Cap. A man will delete you over a woman. All you need is some enthusiasm. If you was trying to get better and excited about his desires, how he mad? If you was excited about Vegas, why he ain't want to reciprocate? I don't know, man. Will G $5 said the super chat is to help whoever needs to change the battery in their smoke detector. I have been hearing that. I don't know whose battery needs to change. J Tay 499 says just want to show love to the entire panel, especially my guy Trigger Mike. Always love it when you are on the show. Much love to you all. Chat Ninja simply a book session. Monster $2 says good women don't stay single. JS story to tell, good women aren't on social media. They're at the house not complaining at where good men are. They know they will come when the time is right. Trucker Yell $5 said Mr. Let Go is the prototype pastor for the women. Trucker Yell $5 also member says, as said before, you born looking like your parents, but you die looking like your decisions. Discipline is important for boy and girl.
Facts.
Almost there. JB999 says, how's she blaming the daddy when she's the baby mama her son is looking at? What the JB again says, you should have stayed married. You're the bad example your son is looking at. You should have done better instead of blaming the daddy. Shaking my head. Marcus Evans $5 says the mother is the first teacher to the child. JB again said there's no way to know for certain, but proper and rigorous vetting is crucial. Start by getting packets on down and then put her through the ringer.
My man JB.
Hit that like button. Also make sure you subscribe to the channel. Appreciate all the super chats that has come through so far. Let's go ahead and move on to our next topic, which is Steve Harvey tells Lori Harvey, just remember, you are the prize. Let's go ahead and play this clip.
Your dad is Steve Harvey, and I feel like he's a guru of relationships. We see him be an incredible husband to your mom. And obviously he had the book, Think Like a Man. Like, I feel like everybody wants to know, what is the one piece of advice he's given you that really has stuck?
Just remember that you're the prize always.
Say that one more time.
Just remember that you are the prize.
Yes.
That's like his golden slogan for me.
Yeah. And what does that mean for you in relationships when you're like, I'm the prize? What does that mean?
It just means not compromising like my values, my happiness, my peace, not settling for less than what I know I deserve, and not being afraid to walk away from a situation if it's like no longer serving me.
I even feel like a lot of people could have speculated so many things in your past relationships, and you've always been so classy and very mum's the word. You're like, I'm not gonna be out here saying a whole lot, but if it does not serve me, I'm moving on. I got that.
So we having this prize talk again, and Steve Harvey, which I know a lot of people love the way he teaches his children, but he says, just remember you're the prize is what he told his stepdaughter. And I do have a question for the panel. I want you guys to speak on that. And if the men have daughters, is this something that you would tell your daughter? If you don't have a daughter, would you tell her that? Let's just have this conversation, this prize talk. Are men the prize? Are women the prize? I'm gonna go to Precious first, and then we'll go to Trigger Mike.
I've never seen women as the prize. I know women may look at me like, what? But I've never seen women as the prize. I've always I've always seen men as the prize, only because they have to endure so much in order to carry a family, in order to continue to be strong for a family. Women, when you say you're the prize, it gives you an opportunity to walk away. It gives you the opportunity to think that you could do whatever you want in this relationship, and this man can just, take whatever you're giving him. Back in the day, men worked and they had a hot plate on the table when they came home. Nowadays, that's not happening, and that's because they were the prize. They were the ones going out to work to provide for the family, and the wife was doing what was necessary to keep that prize, that value, happy, to keep that man content in his family unit, and that's just not happening today. And so a lot of women can get on Instagram and think that they're Instagram models and think that they're the prize, and I don't think that's true. So that's just my
Trigger Mike, what are your thoughts on this, sir? Then we'll go to Sheba.
Okay. Yeah, I'm tracking with Precious on this. I definitely think men are the prize. I mean, that's just simple as that. But I mean, let's talk about Simp Harvey for a second, man. Like,
what?
I can't with this dude, man. Like, but first off, this is his third marriage, third or fourth. I don't know. I'm not listening to that dude. Anything he got to say at this point. The bad part about what he's saying is that his stepdaughter has been living a very public life in a way I don't believe he'll tell his biological daughter to behave if he's really having a heart-to-heart with her. Okay, as far as my daughter is concerned, I'm not giving her that you are the prize talk. I want my daughter to be a woman of service. I feel like leading with that strategy takes that part out. A woman that knows how to serve. The funny thing about our society today is that every woman of a certain type is married, right? Most wives behave the same. They have the same values, same characteristics. All the shorties that are out here talking this I am the prize nonsense are single as hell. They're single as hell. I can literally see it all over Instagram. The deeper they go into that narrative, the more single they are, the more airplane wings we see in their pictures, the more living your best life hashtags we see. You know what I mean? They're not fooling anybody. So I absolutely believe that women are out here hurting each other and undercutting each other to seek valuable men. So by definition, I believe men are the prize.
Okay, we got men are the prize, Precious, and Trigger Mike. Sheba, what are your thoughts about it?
What's airplane wings? Before I answer, what's that?
Airplane wings is what I call women keep taking pictures on vacation of them, of the airplane, the wing on an airplane, trying to let people know they living their best life. Like we give two shits where they going.
Gotcha. Okay. So the first thing I thought when I heard that is I was like, okay, so he said she's the prize. Is there more to that conversation, or did he just drop the mic at that? You are the prize and walk away from that. I would have loved to have heard her elaborate a little bit if there was any more to that, right? Because if that was it, I feel like as a father figure, because that is not his biological daughter. He actually has a set of twins that's a bit older. And at one point, I do believe because of his marriage to his new wife, it caused some dissension between he and his daughters. And they felt like they were on a show. Maybe it was Dr. Phil or either Ayanna Van Zandt. And they felt like their father had deserted them emotionally, mentally, and spiritually, right? Because they needed him the most. One twin was a little bit more vocal than the others. So I would have loved for her to have elaborated if there was more to that conversation. But if there was not more to that conversation, I feel like he failed her because she's out here acting like a prize. And when we think about a prize, you get a car, you get a car, you get a car, and that's how she's treating her body, right? By way of the different men that she's been with. She's a beautiful young lady, a very young lady, and she's dated a lot of men. So I would have loved to have heard a little bit more about that. I feel like if he just said you're the prize and walked away, he felt her as a father. Because there's more to that. There's more to that responsibility as a father or a father figure. When you're pouring that, you have to be responsible with the wisdom and the knowledge that you pour into somebody. So that's where I'm at with that. Whether a man or a woman is a prize, I think that depends on who you are and what you're looking for and how you've been raised and what's been instilled in you and how you value yourself and how much marriage means to you. Because the prize is a marriage, a healthy marriage, not just being married, but a healthy marriage. That is the prize forever and ever and ever and growing together. You get what I'm saying? So that's my 2 thoughts.
All right, Andy, I'm gonna come to you next. What are your thoughts about Steve Harvey telling?
If you listen to like the video, she did elaborate a little bit about what she was saying about meaning being the prize, because Adrian had asked her. I actually watched this interview not that long ago where she went in and talked about people's assumption about her body count and how, you know, she lets it be exactly that, an assumption. And so she said anything that compromised, I think she said something about like her happiness and her peace and something else, right? That's along the lines of that, essentially, is what she was saying by like her being the prize. So anything that essentially overall compromises her happiness. I don't believe that another human being is a prize per se. To me, when I think about a prize, it's like an award or reward or something like that, that you get after you win something at the carnival or win a sports game. And I think that a lot of the time, that's the reason why marriages fail, relationships fail, because we're expecting to get a prize at the end instead of looking at it as a relationship where there's going to be trials, tribulations. The beauty in it is the growth that comes from things that you guys go through together. So I don't know, but I know I grew up in a house with a lot of male influence. And so there was always this, you are the prize, or you are beautiful, you're worthy. These things were fed to me, which helped me keep my legs closed because I knew my value, right? I knew what was fed to me. So I feel like you are saying women need to cut off access to sex, or they need to limit the access to sex so they can get access to the marriage. Well, that's how you do that, by affirming the young ladies. So I think that if marriage is the goal that a father is trying to teach their daughter, he who finds a wife finds a good thing. So you're not, as a good woman, you're not looking for your husband. You're focusing on being a good woman, and then he's going to find you.
Okay. Ali, what are your thoughts about it, sir?
I think we're both the prize. I mean, in the past, I would have said men, and at one time, I would have said women are the prize. But ultimately, without men building and providing and protecting, we're lost. And without the nurturing and caretaking the love from women, we lost. So if it's just nothing but men, life ceases to exist. If it's nothing but women, life ceases to exist. So at the end of the day, I mean, going off what Queen Sheba said and what Indy said as well, too, at the end, whether you want to say marriage or whether you want to say it's family, the ultimate prize is that baby. And that baby needs both of us to value each other. Both of us have to be the prize. And the us investing in each other ultimately is what it empowers all of us to be our best selves. So we're both the prize.
Anton, what are your thoughts about this? Steve Harvey telling Lori Harvey just being the prize. I think Ali said he think both people are the prize. Heard a couple people say men are the prize. What are your thoughts?
I don't understand why everybody keep holding Steve Harvey accountable for Lori Harvey. He a stepfather. Where her real fucking father at? Why is everybody continuing to hold Steve Harvey to a fucking standard for a kid that was big as hell when he came into the picture?
He in Memphis.
Honestly, listen. If we just gonna keep it 100, like, at what point? Why is Steve? We don't hold the mama accountable. We don't hold her biological father accountable. Yo, he's a mentor. That is not his responsibility to ensure that she do what she's supposed to do as a father. I don't understand that. Like, I've always been confused at that. And I understand, yeah, he adopted, so she get all of the benefits. She probably stayed on his healthcare coverage till she was 26 years old. I get it. Yeah, she took on the last name. It made her more famous or whatever like that. Why are we holding Steve to some standard that he's not even supposed to be held to when it comes to her? I don't understand that. Somebody kind of give me some insight, honestly, because I am so confused and I don't know how we hold Steve to a standard based off of that.
Go ahead, Bruiser.
I'm just confused.
Man, if it's my daughter, I'm not gonna tell her she's the prize, because I don't believe neither is prize, man or woman. The man is the presenter. He is the one that offers the prize. Woman is the awardee. But the prize itself is marriage, children, security, provisions, all those things. That's what the prize is.
How is Steve Harvey being held accountable for Lori Harvey's behavior, bro? I just don't understand that, bro.
Only woman.
I don't even think her loyal. I don't think, is she loyal to him? Like, did he like? No.
Yeah,
I don't know why.
Like I said, he's a mentor. You know what I'm saying? Like that's it. It.
Is her father in her life?
Nobody asked that question.
He was a kingpin.
I think he a criminal. Yeah.
Big time kingpin.
Oh,
Allegedly.
He got money then.
No, he's in prison. Federal.
Oh.
How many kingpins you know?
All I'm saying is, listen, y'all.
He adopted her.
Hold on. Does this make
keep blaming
Steve
men
Harvey
for
a
everything, bro.
Does this make
He
Steve Harvey
adopted her.
Did you say did it make him a
blame men for everything? Is all I'm saying. Is that in no way, shape, or form am I laying any behavior that she exhibits at the feet of Steve.
Well, are you going to hold him accountable for leaving his first wife?
What did that got to do with Lori Harvey?
But you crucified me 5 minutes ago.
Because I'm talking to you in person.
Oh, okay. But you
I don't know. Okay, listen. If y'all want to change the subject and talk about him leaving his first wife, then that's a whole other conversation.
No, he adopted her though. That's how she has his last name, because he legally adopted her. Like I'm reading it right now.
Right, and I get that. But what I'm saying is that he came in and filled the role. We should be applauding him. Honestly, we should be giving Steve. I don't have any smoke for Steve Harvey, except for the fact that I don't agree with the fact that he married a single mother. That is his own preference, though. I would never tell it or advise a guy to do that, but that's what he did. I believe that stepfathers are some of the most incredible people ever because they do something that I could never do. I could never step into a role and help fill an obligation that was left behind by the mother, the father, whatever. I'm not doing that. I'm not going in and I'm not giving healthcare coverage to a kid that I did not birth. Unless it was like a young man. I did adopt a young man at one point. And because he was actually a cousin of mine, or he was a nephew of mine. And I brought him in because I was mentoring him, and he was living with me for a while. So I considered adopting him because I had, overseen his life throughout some drama because, whatever, so on and so forth. That's a whole nother conversation. But I'm talking about marrying a woman. I am not the type of guy that is built for doing that.
You the perfect candidate. You
the perfect candidate because I don't get first of all because I don't get divorced. So that's A.
Oh, look at you.
No, I don't get divorced. I'm never getting divorced.
I'm just saying, I'm just saying, you the perfect candidate because you got the resources.
I do.
Rich as fuck. Right principles, and you give out the right guidance. You're a great leader. Like you don't think you got the capacity to do it?
No, because I would never do something that I would not advise somebody else to do. I got to live it first, and I would never do that. So A. B, It ain't no woman's pussy good enough to adopt her kid for me. That's B. But see, I think I can't hold Steve Harvey accountable for helping to fulfill an obligation that another set of parents left behind. I'm not doing it. I can't. I'm not personally going to hold Steve Harvey accountable for this. This is not his biological kid, and he didn't sign up for her. He signed up for the mama, which that's a whole nother conversation. And she just extra. She was just like she got through in the mix. So
he took responsibility though, right?
I don't think
Who said that?
Who said that? Somebody said he adopted the kid.
He probably did. He gave her some
He
health care
adopted.
coverage. He all of that. But my point is that I'm not going to kill Steve Harvey for any extras. I'm not personally doing it.
So let me ask you this. If you adopt a child and that child end up not doing well, don't you take responsibility?
Nope.
So what do you have responsibility of then if you adopt
their health care coverage?
She grown. She a grown woman. He can't do nothing.
How old was the girl whenever he came into her life?
Don't know.
At least for like a young adult, like
Yeah, she was like a young adult. But
She was too old. She was too old. That's
like late teen.
He ain't responsible.
Okay. Maybe
She
so.
had already
I
been
do not-
exposed to like.
Can I ask a question so we have like a foundation for moving forward?
Go ahead.
How old does a woman or man have to be till they're responsible for their own decision making?
Old enough to open up their legs?
Can I answer
Yep.
that or give it a shot? So I don't know if y'all are familiar with Dr. Chuck Swindoll. He's been around for years. And I heard him say something. He says from 0 to 13, your job is to parent. From 13 to 21, your job is to coach the kid. From 21, you become a friend.
I ain't never gonna be my kid's friend ever a day in this life.
They're an adult. I'm just.
Oh
I'm
no,
telling
that's
you,
not
at that
true
point-
because once I became an adult, my father became my best friend.
Yeah, that's it.
When I became an adult, my father was my best friend.
Stand on it, Trigger Mike.
I'm going to stand on it. I'm not budging.
And that's
Well,
from
you-
that's
no, no,
from
no,
like
no, no, hold on,
a
hold
very.
on, hold
Oh, you know what? Are we talking about
Hold
friends
on,
like
hold on.
mentors?
You know it's okay. You know it's okay to change your position based off of new information, right? You don't have to stand on it just
Yeah.
because you're standing on it. If somebody give me some insight and I learn something from it,
Yeah.
I don't. Even if you don't agree with it, just consider it.
I'm
What insight did he give you?
And the reason why I shared that is because with my stepson, who was a teenager, I was trying to parent him and correct him. And when my husband taught me that, I was like, oh shit. I was trying to be a parent as opposed to coming at it like a coach. Whereas, okay, so what happened in school? So what would you do? What and helping him call that play and giving him a different perspective, and then also putting options on the field for him to run, still being in charge. And I was like, oh shit, that's why they shut down, because I was handling him as if he was from 0 to 13, as opposed to saying, here's the situation. We're still going to handle it, right, as adults, but I need your insight. So tell me what you think happened. I'm just putting it out there. That was phenomenal information that I learned. I will never forget that. That's it.
And
But
then
I'm glad you shared that with us.
Can we just get a consensus though of the adults on the panel of when they think a man and woman is old enough that where they're responsible for their own decisions?
The minute that you open your legs. In my opinion.
You say a man or a woman or a child.
Man
You said a
and women. Man and women.
You're
Women-
responsible for them once you take that action. You're responsible for your actions.
What's the age? Nobody has an age.
When they leave
Everybody household different.
Well, no. I don't think it's an age because,
ain't
like,
no
for
age.
example, as long as my daughter abide by my rules, and as long as I'm her covering, and she's not married, if she's 21, 22 years old, and I'm still paying for her to go to college, and she come home and she live with dad, and she not even living on campus, but she lives with dad and all of this other type of stuff, and she still operates under my covering, I still take ownership and responsibility for her. Now, the minute that she decides to go outside of my covering and do what she wants to do, that's on her.
Yeah, that was my life when I didn't live on campus and my daddy controlled everything when I was in college. But when I turned 21 and I went to another school,
Lord Jesus.
and I got pregnant at 21, my first time. Yeah, I mean, that's what
Couldn't
happened.
wait to get out of that college dorm.
I was gonna say the same thing because whenever I got married at 18, that was the advice that I was given before I decided to make that grown-up decision. That once you do that, you have a husband. So that means make sure, basically, like that. This is why I feel like you shouldn't be allowed to get married at 18. But
how old was your husband when you got married to him?
he was 18 also.
Yeah, but I gotta
going to
my
Afghanistan.
It depends on the person. Plenty of people can get married at that.
all of the women, most of the women in my family got married at like between 18 and 20. And they all still married. My cousin today, we're literally the same age. She got married at 18. She's been married for 22 years.
It depends on your pedigree.
She's 40. She's been married for 22 years.
I was gonna say though, like I honestly, like I can admit this now looking back, I should have listened to my dad. Like I should have listened to my parents because I grew up very like I didn't even know how to put air in the tire. And here I am marrying somebody who's getting shipped off to Afghanistan. So yes, I had a husband legally, but like my dad was like, okay, like that's your covering now, essentially. Like he's like, that's who you're supposed to call. You need to tell him he needs to get AAA put on your car because I'm not driving my ass all the way from Dallas to Killeen to come put air in your tire and blah, blah, blah. And then when things did hit the fan and shit hit the fan, he's like, look, if I bail you out of this, you're getting a divorce.
So your question is,
So are you telling us that you had a BAH marriage too?
No, I did not have a BAH marriage. I had a delusional 18-year-old. I thought I was doing the right thing. I grew up religious, so I'm like, I don't believe in shacking. I won't live with the man unless we're married. I will not have a baby for a man unless we're married. I will not be fixing a man's plate unless we're married. So we got married.
Man, I wish I would like that.
Trigger finger is that.
My dad taught me how to change a tie.
How about your mama cut you out when you said that?
so Ali, your question is, at what age is a child or an adult, whatever, is old enough to decide for themselves? I'm still thinking about that.
I'm asking that because is it irresponsible for people to continuously blame other people's for the decisions they make? Because if I'm a good man, how many times can I deal with someone else and call someone else a bad person because of the decisions I made, or vice versa? How many times does a woman have to have an experience where she continuously blames someone else for her experiences? And a lot of people do that in society. So when we start talking about kids and we start talking about responsibility, everybody will tell the truth when we start talking about age and your youth. But as soon as it starts going back to us becoming adults again, we act more childlike. So then the other day somebody said women are kids. So I just want to know from the women, how old is it when you upgrade from being a kid, and when are you responsible for your own actions? And if you're not responsible for your own actions, should you get thrown out in the street?
That is a good question, Ali, because
I know.
That is a good ass motherfucker.
Ain't nobody answered the question but me.
Ain't nobody gonna answer because then you can't shame me no more.
I'm trying to fix my language. I'm trying to fix my little language. But that is a good question because when I made the decision to do what I did, I'm glad that I just had one baby daddy, but still, we tried to make it work. We really did. We stuck in there. We was young.
Really?
Ex Maury, baby. Oh, really? Same baby daddy. He went to the military and everything. He a police officer now. I'm proud of my boy. We good co-parents. I appreciate him so much. But anyway, that's a good question because I thought my dad was so
come on.
Like I really thought that like it was the end of the world. I was scared to tell him that I was with child because I knew how strict he was. And my family Ethiopian from East Africa, and the way that my dad, my grandma, my great, they was like, no, like, and I was just so in love, and my dad was so upset. My dad didn't talk to me for like a month
because he knew you were throwing it back.
Yeah, real hard.
So are you saying majority of people should have listened to their father?
Yeah, listen to your people. Listen, like please, like I say that all the time. Like they've been there, they've done that. Like they know, they see things, and if man, like you have a lot of mothers, they'll tell their kids like, I gave birth to you. I know when you're lying. I know when you're going through these things.
Mommy three, why are you Lady Diamond Presence and Queen Sheba ain't holding Indy accountable for not fixing the damn plate until she get married?
Oh yeah, you got paid. Hey, I feel my man play on a real plate, not a plastic plate.
Come on, man. What?
But she was raised different though. Like Bruce, you gotta think about she right there. Like my dad, I'm country, so my dad taught me how to take a filter out of the bottom of the car. I know how to change oil. I know how to change a tap.
No, we don't want you doing all that, Mommy three. We don't want you getting out on the ground and getting dirty.
But I just like getting dirty. I go mud and I go deer hunting. That's just my lifestyle.
Deer hunting?
For real, boy.
No, my
what is a
grandma,
dirt?
they came from she was living in Florida. I just was been born in Mississippi. They just came to Mississippi. Hey,
you know how to skin it? You know how to skin it there?
Hell yeah, you just gotta know how to cut it. You hanging on that mud on that tree. Hang that deer on that tree. If you cut it wrong, the whole deer messed up. I'm sorry, you gotta throw it away.
What is a dir?
A deer?
A DER. What is that?
Wait, what do you mean about like not fixing plates though until you're married? When I said that, I meant in the sense of like not.
Oh, you meant put the coochie on the plate, definitely.
No.
Oh, you really mean like fixing food?
No, I wasn't saying like food. When I said it, I meant it in a sense like not doing serving things until there's a ring on my finger.
Serving things. Oh, I know what you're talking about.
You know what I'm like.
So you talking about a plate?
Are you really talking about you're not gonna fix a plate, or are you
Like
talking
I'm
about
not gonna wash someone's dirty underwear that I'm not married to.
All right, so
okay.
Be real. Did you pressure him to marry you?
Huh?
Did you pressure him to marry you?
I wouldn't say that I pressured
It
him.
sounds like it. Sounds like
No, I'm gonna tell you. I was not in the military. He was in the military. He's getting ready to go to Afghanistan. So what Bruiser said about the compensation, I was a civilian. I had no idea. He's getting hazard pay, separation pay, BAH, and I had a job, a great job.
tax free. Tax free.
Yeah, and I was in tech support. So I paid all the bills because I was like, oh, like he's not making money like that because he's a soldier, whatever. I had no idea. So we were married and he's pocketing all this tax-free money over there, everything like that, whatever. It took his first sergeant to come to our house and tell me, hey, he gets all these benefits. I wasn't even on his health insurance because I didn't know his social. You have to know your sponsor's social to be able to sign up for stuff on Deers. I didn't even know any of that. Like all I knew is that he
military wives.
Huh?
You didn't hang around other military wives?
I didn't. I was 18. They were a little bit.
She was a kid. She was 18.
I was 18 years old.
Who was your friend?
Whoa, this really speaks to Ali's question, because Indy, you were 18, you were an adult, and it's either this is what I'm gonna say very sensitively and respectfully. It's either all your fault or all your father's fault, because how could you get married, or at least, I think you're from a traditional family setup. How did your father pass this covering on?
She said he did.
He told me not to. I'm telling you that he he met the young man before we got married. He was like, that is a boy. That is not a man. He's not ready to be a husband. He literally sat there and told me.
We know what you was connected to then.
That was my doing. That's why I said I take accountability for my mistake at 18 years old.
Know what you love.
Respect.
And I was in that little Dear John, like I called myself delusional. Like I was like, oh, this is a soldier. He's going to war. Like he's going to Afghanistan. I'm gonna hold it down.
Dear John wasn't even out, man.
It was definitely out.
I mean, hearing you say the stuff about not having his social, that like triggered me. Like, what?
Look, this is what happened, Trigger Mike. This is what you're missing. Her father said no sex. We demonize it. She met this 18-year-old boy. I give you that D. You gotta get married so I can get this contract back. She hopped on that thing one time. That was it.
No,
Bruiser, don't say that. We're talking about 18-year-olds. That's giving me like a creepy.
Yes, I wanted to be a wife. I grew up in a household where being a
You
wife
wanted to get body.
was the prize.
She found her a bruiser.
No, I wanted to be a wife. I wanted to be a wife.
You been saving that, bro. That nigga just been saving that. He trifling, yo.
She found her a bruiser.
So did Indy, that's respect to you for you to open up and say stuff like that. You know, women out here need to hear that. You know, you taking accountability for things that you did when you were young. But did your dad teach you how like to find or what a good guy looks like before you decided to pick the one that you chose to marry?
Both of my parents worked a lot. So for me, what y'all were saying about like provisions, and there was a lack of the protection part. So there was a lack of that end, but there was a lot of providing. So for me, in my mind, when I was younger, money and him being able to provide was something that I kind of was like, so I looked more for like protection. So like, that's why for me, him being in the military, like for me, that was like an ultimate, like, oh, protector, strong, like whatever. So I looked for more of what I lacked and not so much of like, if that makes sense, because I had a good job and all that stuff. So I was like, oh, and then, you know, I was used to having a bailout in my parents. And that's why dad was like, think about what you're doing. Like, think about what you're doing right now, because I'm not going to come pay for your AAA anymore. I'm not going to come pick you up off the side of the road. That's your husband's responsibility now. Think about what you're doing, blah, 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 you know, because I guess, I don't know if he knew about, but he was just like, you know, this is a child. This is a kid. This is somebody who cannot provide quite yet. He's 18. If you have a baby with this person, and to be quite honest with you, I did end up pregnant. I had my first child within that marriage. And I think that the only reason why my parents probably bailed me out is because of my son, because of their love for him, because they don't want to see their grandchild fall at the hands of my poor decision making.
Hold on, wait. You said you had your first child during that marriage?
Yeah.
How many kids you got?
I have 3.
Oh.
So who's the other kids' fathers?
My ex-husband. I've been married 2 times.
So all of your kids is by the same guy?
No, I got married from 18 to 20, and then I got married from 21 to 25.
Oh, so you got married twice?
Yes.
You heard that one. You heard that one. I should have did what you did.
The guy that you married the second time, was he different from the first one, or is like the same type of guy?
He was total opposite. He was like 7-8 years my senior. He was a provider, a protector, all those things, but it came with the cost. Like it came with you do what I say so, or I'm gonna make you do what I say so.
What the?
Can I ask a question, Andy?
So you wasn't submissive?
Wait.
Let me ask her a question.
Hold on. Sheba got a question. Go ahead, Sheba.
Hey, Indy, so I'm listening very carefully to you. And I don't want to think the wrong thing. I want to ask, were you like a hopeless romantic?
Yeah, I definitely was.
And the reason I asked you that, because I heard you say, like you had this fantasy about your dad. I wanted him to protect me, and he was doing that from the outside looking in when he's sitting there coaching you. Don't do that. This is not a man. This is a boy, right? That's protection, but maybe not in the way that you needed it. And I also heard you say, I was looking for that. Everything that I did not get, I was looking for that in the 18-year-old, you know, the 18-year-old that you fell in love with. So that's what made me ask that. I don't want you to think I'm just coming up with weird questions out of the blue.
No. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, I definitely was that's why I said like delusion. Like I was like, oh, you know, rainbow, sunshine, protector, this and that. And so when I failed the first time with being married, I went the complete opposite. And the man that I married the second time was a lot like my
father, like very provider, protector. He had a college education, but he also had trauma, PTSD, alcoholism, things that come from seeing things in the military, a traumatic brain injury. Like,
So he was military too. So you had two military guys.
You live close to the military base, don't you?
no, I was in the Army. I joined the military when I turned 21 because I wanted the benefits for myself and my child. And I didn't want my parents to be taking care of me and my child.
So do you want to get married again?
To be honest with you, yes.
I have a question.
All right. I know we over here it's coming like an interview session right now.
I just want a question.
You ain't lying, JR.
Yeah. I just want to get through this last topic. Is this about India or is it about?
No, just and I just want to know, is
Okay,
there a difference between protection and control?
It all depends on the woman's mindset.
They complement each other.
Okay.
You got to give me some type of control.
Yeah, if you gonna protect, you got to control the situation. They are synonymous.
I can't protect you if I don't got no control over the situation.
Okay.
So they complement each other.
Thank you, guys.
Oh, we real men out here.
Are you in control or is he in control?
No, I'm just asking. I'm just asking a question. I just
Get to this last topic, JR. Super chats.
Yeah. Let me go ahead and comb through this real quick, and then I just got one more question for you guys. Jasmine J. Sky, $2 says, sorry, precious, but women will always be the prize.
Wrong.
Mr. Charles says, in the words of DJ Academics, I'm the effing prize.
Wrong.
He got money.
So Michelle 19 says, Lori will be single. She leaves till she leaves the earth.
On God.
Yeah, I read that one already. JB says, majority really came up. She went from a criminal and bounced to Steve Harvey, and then he adopted her criminal baby daddy's daughter. I can't even be mad at her. She did her thing. Trucker Yell $5 member says, I tell my kids to be a great man and be a great woman. Be your own man and feminine woman. And thanks, Anton, for the shout out. The real step parents. JB99 says, one thing I've noticed about Simply is that she really loves to blame everything else but herself for her results. Red flag.
Oh, man.
JB says she blamed her baby daddy for what her child said. She's blaming her age for a failed marriage, etc. The Will 199, I read this one already, but an Ethiopian from Mississippi, interesting. That's for you.
Mommy 3.
What the hell you got going on over there? What type of lightning you got?
My grandma, at first they was in Florida. Then they made their way on to the SIP.
Gotcha. JB99 says, I love hearing unmarried women talking about what they not going to do for a man until they're married. Why the F would I marry you if you haven't proven you're a wife, especially nowadays? It's actually funny. Marcus Adams Fowler says, Trigger might hit the nail in the coffin with that one. And JB says, my wife showing me how she could be a wife is literally one of the reasons I married her. Yes, that included doing my laundry, cooking my meals, etc. Any woman who came with an attitude was dismissed. There's some different opinions.
Strong opinions too, boy. Shout out to JB.
Monster $5 says, stay away from TLA. She is not meant for married personality. I think that's all the super chats that we have so far. Appreciate all the super chats come through thus far. Make sure you guys hit the like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. And this is the question that I have for you guys. Should you be able to tell your partner everything?
The thing we believe in is grace over guilt. Grace over guilt. So what you didn't know before you couldn't do. But what you know now, you can be more intentional about putting in place. Exactly. And as you two continue to grow and build and form your union even stronger day by day, you'll understand what to share with her and what maybe if you're too hot about it, maybe you're not ready to share it, right? But when you are ready to share it, the good, the bad, and the ugly, that's how you create a bond that is impenetrable by someone else. If we're here working with you and we know all about that, and then she don't, and then 3 months from now we talking about it and she's present, it's like, ha, remember when that happened? And she's like, no. You don't want your loved one to be outside of the information and understanding. You want to be in.
Gotcha.
And if that's your person, you want them in. You want them to share in those things. That's the point, is for us to experience and do life together. This is your business is a big part of your life.
What do you guys think? I'm gonna go to Ali first. You should be able to tell your partner everything. What are your thoughts, Ali?
I think depending on the length of the relationship and how long you've known this person and you sustain a relationship of longevity, I think you could be able to say certain things, but I still believe that there's some things that women can't tell a man and some things a man can't tell a woman. There's some things I'm gonna go to my grandfather talked about, my uncle, my aunts, that certain things are meant for certain ears. Everybody, we shouldn't share everything about ourselves to each other. But I think we should tell ourselves about the truth to sustain a healthy relationship. But telling the truth about everything, I think will backfire all the time.
Do you think it's a difference between how you're supposed to operate in that sense in a marriage versus just a regular relationship?
Of course, definitely. But that's why I say a marriage is something like Anton talked about another panel when he was saying Rita was his friend. I think after like credible relationship, I think he's at a state where you can be friends with someone and tell the truth. But in early initial stages, I think telling the truth to a woman will drastically hurt a man. Certain truths.
All right, I want to get to Lady Dad, then Precious.
So I think that when you're dating, you're gonna reveal some truth. I don't think you should reveal all of it when you're dating. When you get in a relationship, you start to, reveal some more. But when that person asks you for hand in marriage, reveal it all, because it will come out if you don't. And then when you're married, they're gonna be like, damn, why you didn't tell me that? And then it's gonna be a point where someone's gonna want to not, respect you anymore or be with you anymore because they found out something insane, if there is something insane. So I think that you should be honest and tell your partner everything when you guys are about to get married, before the wedding, all of that. And when you start your marriage, it's just fresh and you respect and trust each other.
What do you mean by everything?
Everything, like everything. Your past, like life. So secrets maybe you haven't told anyone, your husband, your wife should know that.
Your body count?
That was about to say.
Yes, your body count. All of it.
Nobody getting married no more after
Nobody
that.
getting married ever. Yeah.
Well, look, I'm just saying that's what I did.
So you saying everything?
Everything that's a secret. So secret stuff that you wouldn't tell, let's say a certain type of friend. Like you hold stuff to yourself. So your secrets, I believe you should be able to tell your spouse before you get married.
A lot of panties you stole out of Victoria's Secret.
What about? Here, I'm gonna go extreme as an example.
Don't do it.
I'm not going extreme like no crazy. No, I mean it could be crazy, but it depends on how it is that you look at it. What if you did something like you did something illegal, or how extreme? How transparent are you willing to be? Right? What if you did something in your past or whatever?
I get you. So I said when the person asks you to marry them, right? That means that you're about to be the person's husband, wife. You should reveal everything. I'm very transparent. So, because you know what's going to happen? I can't hold stuff too long and he didn't know this and I got to hold this shit for 30 years? I would never. I want to live in peace and happiness. So I'm going to tell my person everything. That's me. Now, did my husband do that? I can't tell you. But I did that because I can't live like that. I'm sorry, not me.
That's why you journal.
Well, it don't matter. It's too late. I'm married now. So you know everything.
It's called diary.
You in trouble. Too much truth.
No, I don't have a
y'all writing down what y'all done did in a journal.
You said what? You said write stuff in a journal.
Y'all be writing down what y'all be doing in a journal.
No, I don't write.
You never did that, Anton?
Man, if y'all don't burn that shit, what's wrong with y'all?
But see, I don't have a past that you said about something real crazy. See, I don't have that, so that could be something you ask somebody else. I'm just going to tell you for that question. I'm going to tell you my experience. Now, everybody else might have something that they want to take to their grave, so you take it to your grave if that's what you agree and keep it there. But me personally, I don't have nothing that deep to hold. So
yeah, I could tell because you're the one saying tell your spouse everything. I can tell.
I just don't believe that y'all gonna be that honest. I don't believe it.
I wouldn't tell my spouse everything.
I was honest. I was honest. My husband would tell you like I was very honest. And he
don't know.
Huh?
He don't know how honest you were.
I mean, I don't know what he don't know. I know I was honest. So that's up to him.
You can't ask him because all he know is what he believes. He can't substantiate whether or not you was honest or not. Like he can't prove it.
Y'all know it too. Y'all know it. There's certain things y'all can tell us. One thing in particular that'll take a man's soul out of his body, that'll hurt a man way worse than we can ever hurt you.
If you get
you just have to tell him one thing, just one thing, and his soul is gone.
Head. What is it?
You already know.
I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about.
Precious, look, they already. I got it right. They got a call.
You see how they all smirking?
Yeah, they know exactly. Look, Precious,
well, I just said like a man is not going to want to hear that.
He's
Bruiser said he was talking to somebody else. Like,
if he loved you and you tell that truth,
hey, so
that's why I said, listen.
Hey, so here's the thing. You know, I guess here's the thing. The real question should be: did you voluntarily tell him, or was he asking you questions? Because if you voluntarily told him, you just told him what you want him to know.
Okay, so I volunteered. So he knew things about me as it was going on. But when we was about to get married, I voluntarily told him stuff because I didn't want to haunt my ass, period. So I'm just saying.
So he only knows what you told him. I mean, basically things that could come out. But the things that he made, I'm not saying you, okay?
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
In general, lady, in general. Not you. Not you.
So, if you don't ask the right questions, if you don't ask the questions,
not you.
No.
Man, not gonna ask you the question.
This is exactly why 40-year-olds like 21-year-olds. Because they don't have this dark past and history that you got to mine through in order to try to figure out what's wrong with it. See, I realize that I made the right decision. See, Bruiser was trying to hold me accountable last week for staying married to one woman. Listen, I'm very blessed to have married a virgin. I am not letting my chick go. I'm not getting divorced. I'm not about to be out here trauma bonding with you hoes. Y'all can have that shit. Y'all can have that shit. Keep your trauma, keep your kids, keep your bodies, keep everything that you came with, and keep it moving. I don't have that problem at all.
How do you know she's a virgin?
Can I ask a question? One question before y'all go.
I was with my guy at 22. I was young. All right. I got married at 25. So I didn't have all of this extra shit that you talking about.
25 is a long, wait a minute.
No, I said I was with him at 22. So I've been with him for 9 years. I wasn't with nobody else. I was with him for 9 whole years.
I know chicks that caught 100 bodies in high school.
That's true.
Damn, how many bodies you got, lady?
Do y'all hold on. Elephant in the room. Y'all can't get offended though. It's an honest question.
No, because
it's an honest question.
Somebody's wife might be, you don't disrespect nobody like that.
No, it's a question, but for real, like I'm married. There's no way I can say, I can tell you what my body count is. That's
what happened.
I just want to ask a realistic question.
Go ahead, Ali. What's the question?
Okay, so y'all can't take offense to it because it's just I think it's an elephant in the room, and egos is because of egos. Nobody talks about this. Okay, there's exceptions to the rule too. So if it don't apply, let it fly. Are most of us hoes and hoes who got married?
Huh?
You heard me. Are most of us
I heard him very clearly.
If it don't apply, let it fly. Are most of us hoes, and the people who got married, they was hoes too, but they was hoes that got married.
Are you saying this in the context that a man can be a hoe too?
It's in the context of that people use marriage as a validation and then talk about single people. But in reality, a lot of people just got saved and wiped up somebody they probably shouldn't have wiped up, or they just saved each other at the same time, or they got with each other because somebody else didn't want them. And then to keep from the embarrassment, don't talk about them dudes a certain way to keep from anybody addressing who they are. That's all I'm asking. Like being realistically.
Who use it as validation?
I just said
my cousin.
Women need to be validated.
Men do too. Men will use marriage as validation too. Oh, of course they do. Yeah.
I was like, marriage don't do that for men. I don't know how. I think you said it earlier. Marriage don't do that for men.
It don't, but man will use it as validation.
What's an example?
I'll give you an example. If all the people on this panel, right, one person, I ain't gonna say no name so nobody take offense, was getting ran through, and we see it all the time, somebody ends up wifing her.
Say the name.
Wait, did you say somebody wifed got ran through?
No, a lot of Anton know what I'm talking about. You on mute, Anton. Anton, you on mute. Oh, is he talking to us?
No, I was saying don't say the names. I said go ahead.
Yeah, it ain't no names because I ain't trying to throw no shots. I'm saying in general, the reality of life is a lot of us have married hoes. And vice versa. If y'all call men hoes, somebody married, took them off the street as well too. So in today's society, how many people don't have a whole high body count? Let's just be realistic. It's a lot. We romanticize in our minds who it is. We took a risk on each other and just hope it don't get out.
What's a high body count for a woman?
Me and my wife, according to Bruiser and the internet,
depending on who it is,
got married as virgins, and we don't have to worry about this problem. It's the blessing.
Hey, Anthony, I ain't gonna mess with you today. He's sticking to it. I ain't messing with you.
This is the benefit of.
You don't have to pay hoe taxes in this conversation.
Yeah, this is the benefit. This is God bless me. He said, "Listen, I'm not gonna make you as tall as Bruiser. I'm not gonna let you jump out the gym. You're gonna be a nerd, 5'7". You're gonna be a nerd. You're gonna be undesirable. So
yes.
I'm gonna bless you to not be desired, to where you can only be with one woman for the rest of your life, and avoid all of the diseases, the trauma bonding, the baby mamas, and all of the other type of stuff." So,
how tall are you, Bruce?
6'4".
God,
he's short.
Bruce, you say you're 6'4"?
I ain't know you was 6'4". You do not look 6'4".
He had 2 inches. That nigga ain't 6'4". I don't know how tall he is.
Anton and JR see me in real life.
I ran away from that question quick, real fast. We ran away from that question real fast.
Hey, JR and Anton see me. I'm tall, dark, and handsome.
Mommy, we ran away from that. You always deflect, but we ran away from that question.
Now he dark.
I'll answer. I was waiting for everybody else to go.
What do you think? Miss Sheba, hold on, Miss Marvin, since you we want to deflect. Miss Sheba, what do you think?
Is most of us got more than 6 inches.
Hoes.
Come on.
What the yo?
Come on.
Talking about hoes, man.
And hoes who got married.
I'm talking about my suicide, man. I got more than a 600 credit score.
I was gonna say being married.
Welcome to adulthood, Negro. 600 ain't no.
Definitely probably help prevent that outside, like, because you got to think about it. If I was married from 18 to 20, then 21 to 25, so like that's 2 people. So that kind of like being married keeps the body count.
I'm gonna get you on the second panel.
You get what I'm saying?
I ain't gonna get you right now.
Being married young, I will say, even though people say don't do it, it definitely does. Like what Anton was saying, getting married young prevents you from going out here and wilding out.
So hold on. There's different type of hoes. You know that, right?
Yeah, but when you get married, that's just stop all that. Like, you're not having a whole bunch of sex with a whole bunch of guys because you settle with that one guy. So, so with your question, there are some women who it does quote unquote save them. If a man want to marry a 304, then that's what he does. But then you got women who, I guess, like Simply Indie, she's just saying hers is just the guy she married because that's how she grew up and she kind of followed that. So
hey, lady, like can I ask you a question?
If a girl goes to college, right, and she's 18 and she's in college till she's 21, and she's single, she's unmarried, she's gonna have a lot more experience than what my 18-year-old self, who was married from 18.
No, that's not true.
Nah,
Okay,
if she,
hold
yeah,
on, hold on, because I was
Hold on, y'all. Hold on.
I
Let
was
me get
that
people
girl.
on what she's been
Oh,
trying to do.
bust it
I was
open
that
in college.
girl in
Indy right.
college. Let me make sure that before I refute. Are you saying that a girl in college, as opposed to you and that girl, if we put you next to a girl in college, same age, 18 to 21, she's going to have more sexual experience than you would outside of college? Is that what you're saying?
Okay, so if I'm married, right, and I'm in the house with my husband from 18 to 20 years old, and the only man that I sleep with is my husband, because I'm married, and that's what you're supposed to do, only sleep with your husband, versus a girl who's 18, she's living in a co-ed dorm. She's going to college parties.
You're gonna have more experience.
At a university. She's
You go to
going
bed every night on the dick. You gonna
No. What are y'all?
No,
No,
I'm
I
not
went to
saying
college.
sexual experience. I'm saying she's
No,
gonna
that's
have
not true.
different bodies. Y'all are missing
so
what
that's so you only know the world, Indy. You can only speak for the bubble that you were placed in.
Ooh.
But
right?
her body
Based on
count
your
is
that's not true. I'm telling you, it's not true. I was in college. I played volleyball. It depends on what she has going on. You cannot
we're
say
not
every.
talking about you.
Hold on, let me
We're
if
talking
you
about
don't
the
mind.
average 18-year-old who's in college.
Some of them aren't even sexually active.
Yes,
Let's start there.
Already are sexually active.
Some of them aren't though. There's a
Hold
lot of
on,
young girls. Hold on.
Hold on. We'll try to hold tight. Let Indy and Sheba have this conversation.
There's a lot of young girls that are raised right, and their parents drop them off, and they're just little freshmen on college, just trying to find their way.
Yeah,
Now,
they didn't
when
stay
you
on
start,
campus.
hold on,
though.
let me
Hold on,
finish,
hold on,
Indy,
Mike,
because you were having sex at 18. So let's start
Married,
there.
but married.
It doesn't matter. We're talking about having sex and intercourse. You were exposed to that. Not every girl on a college campus. I'm not saying it's bad. You're trying to listen to what I'm saying. Hear me out.
Have sex with your husband. You were supposed to.
But I'm just.
have sex
We're
with my
not
She's
talking
right.
about.
She's right though. She's right.
You were
Not
exposed.
every girl was having sex. Just
Hold on,
Yes,
99.
at 18.
let them go back
Yes,
to
that's all I'm saying. Not every girl. That's what I said. You know your bubble. Not every young girl that goes to college is married or unmarried. If we just take away the parameters that makes us feel good about whatever it is that we're trying, not every girl at 18 was in your position, married or unmarried, having sex. Some
Mama,
were.
when you said that you lost your virginity, not trying to be funny, where'd you
Who,
lose
me?
your virginity? Where'd you lose your virginity, Mommy 3?
Oh, mommy.
Yeah. Where'd you lose your virginity at? Where did you lose it?
At the park.
Go ahead, say it.
I just said, who said the park, baby?
You don't want to say you have do
Not
everywhere.
a party, but I'm saying.
I don't think I ain't never said I had to do everywhere. Why is you lying?
No, you said you had sex everywhere. You did say you have sex everywhere.
I'm talking about when I'm in a relationship.
Yeah,
Stop the cap.
Hold on, but y'all are okay.
I know boring, just in the bed, laying down.
Where was the institution where you were, where you lost your virginity?
In college.
Wendy's parking lot.
I was
Somebody
21.
got the cap button.
But where did you lose yours? Hold on. It's only fair. Where did you lose yours?
That's when I went off to. That's when I went to another college after I graduated from the other college. So my dad was nowhere around. So my dad was. I wasn't living in a dorm at first when I first got to college. So I was.
The point is, she lost hers in college. You lost yours in high school, and then you got married.
I lost mine in high school.
18? I think you were in high school, or did you not?
Not in high school. You just graduated high school. You're an adult. You graduated high school.
Well, you were okay. So you didn't have sex until you got married. Is that what you're saying? Because I only came in on the. If so, I stand corrected. Is that what you're saying?
No.
Okay.
Hold on. So let me get this straight, Andy. Are you saying that whenever a 18-year-old woman goes to college, she get more bodies than you because you're married, right?
No. I had a high school sweetheart that I was with for 3 years. I lost my virginity and he lost his virginity. We lost it together at 17 years old. And then I got married, and the next person that I had sex with was my husband that I was married to. 2 bodies. That's it. 2.
One too many. I'm joking.
You know you're not.
No.
That's why I had extra. What is a high body count for a woman? What is a high body count?
If we're gonna be conservative,
I already told you how to
in
calculate.
2023.
But the point
A
that
high body count for a woman.
If a young lady goes,
One at a time, y'all. One at a time.
A high body count for a woman is one.
There you go. I agree.
One.
Yep. Oh, look at the chat.
Okay,
Oh, look at the chat. Chat ninja,
They
tell
still
them.
They still smashing them high rated high mileage.
No. But see, you still.
No,
here's a better
if we didn't, y'all be just left to the streets, right?
No.
Here's a better
question.
One at a time, y'all. One
They're
at a time.
still confused. The confusion is that you still don't understand that guys separate women based off of how we slot them. There's the wives, and then there's the ones that's gonna buzz down.
Exactly.
Just because a dude will fuck you does not mean that he'll value you the same way that he'll value the woman that he wants to marry.
Right.
I know.
And you want a guy, and you want a man, with a high body count.
No, I'm just hyping.
Yes, you do. Yes, y'all do. I want to experience. You don't want no virgin. You want to experience man.
I already had.
Listen, that's Anton's philosophy. I got a whole different philosophy.
Wait, hold on, Trigger Mike. What's your philosophy, bro?
Hold on, Trigger Mike gonna piggyback off of you. Go ahead, Trigger Mike. I just want to get it
no. Hold on.
Hold on.
What's
I'm gonna say it. I just want Trigger Mike to go on record to say he gonna ride your coattail on this, right? Right, Trigger Mike.
Trigger
Mike. I don't know what you're talking about. I have my own question to ask.
No, you said I'm with Anton on the count, right?
I'm a ride with him.
I didn't ride with the nigga.
I'm
riding my own shit. I'm gonna tell you this.
Okay, what's your take, Bruiser?
You get it from 18 to 35. Anything over 8 is a high body count.
You said 8?
Yep.
Ocho?
I did the calculation.
Woo!
You can ask me how I calculated, or
get
you
your
can
passport because
well, I didn't know that Jocks even knew how to do math like that. But go ahead.
Or you could criticize.
Go ahead.
I got a question for the lady.
Hold on, wait. Give us the formula, Bruiser.
The formula.
Mm-hmm.
So a woman gets pregnant, right? From 18. Let's say she got pregnant at 18. She got 9 months to carry a child, right?
Jesus.
Medically recommendation is to wait 15 months before you have your next child. If you calculate every time you have a baby and you add the 9 months plus the 15 months to heal to have the next baby, you will get at the number 8. And your youngest will be 18.
So what does that have? So a chick having a baby every single opportunity that she can have a baby is how you came to your number?
That's how I calculate it. If you have more, basically, in a nutshell, if you have more bodies, then you could carry babies that you could carry from 18 to 35. That's considered a high body count.
So a woman is supposed to sleep with a different man every time she have a baby?
No, she don't supposed to do that. But I'm saying that's a high body count because she's out bodying the capacity of babies that she could carry from 18
and you
to 35.
pulled out your iPhone and you did this math and this calculation.
I ain't pull out my iPhone, bro. I do my calculations with pen and pencil, bro.
That's basically one dude every 1.5 years.
And you made Anton point. She waiting on somebody to save her after she's went through the dude she might have really wanted, and then she waits for somebody to come save her after that 8th body.
Hey, I got a question for the women though. How many dudes is too much before you spoil yourself for marriage?
One.
We know what you think, Anton. I want to know what the ladies think.
They about to say something crazy. Look at mommy. Mommy.
Wait, you said how many men?
Mommy said if she lost virginity, she for the streets. That's what mommy told me. That's what mommy said.
A question.
No, I didn't. There you go. You just
hold on, y'all.
love it. I don't know who hurt you, man.
Hold on.
Who hurt your little heart, but you know you mad at a woman.
Hold on, y'all. Let Trigger. Hold on. Go ahead, Trigger.
I feel like I haven't gotten an honest answer to this question. If for you to say, if you were talking to your own little sister, somebody that came to you for advice and was like, I don't want to tell you my body count, but I feel like I can't bond with the man. You tell me, she's talking to you, how many is too many for me to not, be eligible for marriage? How many is too many? Do you feel like you ruined yourself?
You're talking about sex partners, obviously, right?
Yep.
Oh, sex partners. Oh.
I would tell my little niece, don't do it. Like I send her like good books all the time, like just good stuff to build up her self-esteem as a young girl. She's 15, she's a teenager. I've been pumping into her
How many?
Don't do that. Don't have sex. As a teen. But hold on, there's only a certain level of conversation that you can have with kids until they elevate and grow, to be able to comprehend everything. But now that she's of age, I just kind of let her know that that's not it. And you may have some young girls in high school that's doing that, but you best believe as soon as you do that, the whole school is going to know. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to do that. Your value is outside of that. And plus, you're too young to be doing that.
What's the number, Queen Sheba?
I would hope.
Queen Sheba. Boy, you just did an Allen Iverson crossover.
Okay,
on that
I
question.
did.
You gotta make
So
$100,000 to get married.
in a perfect world, I would ask her to wait.
No,
but I'm
it's
not
not.
her mother.
How many?
And hold on. In a perfect world, I do say that, but I'm not her mom.
So,
I'm just her
Kyrie
mom.
dribbled all over this
How many?
question. I need a
That's my
straight
answer
How
because that's not my child.
No,
How
what?
many?
Queen Sheba? Oh my God!
All right.
The number should be
None. I
one.
said
and that's
wait.
her
Wait for
husband.
marriage. I said that. No.
No,
I
what's the
said
number,
none.
Queen Sheba? What is it? Oh, she said none.
None. Yeah, but it's not. I hope she hears me, but I'm her aunt, not her mother. So that's what
All
I'm
right,
saying.
bet.
That's it.
Bet.
So 0. I mean, you should be.
I mean, preferably any man would want a woman to have 0, except that idiot.
But
that
I
we
also
listened to
understand the
earlier.
world we live in, that I can only hope because I'm not stronger than the influence that's out there. But I keep saying it over and over. That's it, and that's the truth.
Okay. Anybody else, ladies?
It says
I know y'all can't break sister code, but just try.
Where
it.
you
Try it.
at, Mom?
breaking nothing. I'm just gonna be honest. It should be 0. Like I don't care what society you in. Just make sure you save that shit for your man. I'm just saying your husband.
We know what it should be, but we just still got to be realistic, though.
No,
Yeah.
you don't know because
Usually that's not true because you said that you got a completely different perspective.
that's like
I said I got a perspective on how I calculate it to be high.
no, because so when you have, I don't have a daughter, but I have a sister. I'm 16 years older than her. I taught her early when she first, had her period situation going on. I was like, listen, I'm gonna tell you what you shouldn't do because this is the time where stuff could mess up your entire life. I told her straight up. I said, don't be doing nothing XYZ, and I've been training her since she's about 16 now. Because if I let her think that she could do whatever her friends are doing, she's gonna do it. Now, if she wants to do it on her own because she's watching her friends, then I can't control her mind, but I could tell her, hey, this is what's gonna happen to you. Don't do it. I'm gonna tell her that way. Because I feel like today parents are not even saying that. They just like, oh, wrap up, don't get pregnant, instead of saying don't have sex. And
Because they know the kids ain't gonna listen to your ass. That's what they know.
but if they follow the example, you lead by example, they should understand why you're saying what you're saying. Or at least a mature.
You didn't? Did you not have sex?
Did me?
Yeah.
Were you talking about before marriage?
Yeah.
I had sex before
Your
marriage.
parents told you not to, or they told you to wear.
No, they didn't. I'm telling you, from my experience, they did not. They didn't say that to me.
Oh, they said just go ahead and bust it open, lady. That's what they said.
They no, they did not say that. I'm saying
I'm just saying, I'm just trying to be realistic, man.
I'm just gonna tell you, every parent is
I
not.
tell you right now, my mama. You know what? I'm not gonna even do that to my mama right now because I know how Anton is. Next week, niggas be like, "Your mama did this." You ain't finna Veronica me.
Facts.
Every parent is different. So, just because your parent said, hey, wrap up, don't mean you go and wrap up with everybody, and be a 304 or whatever. You still have to be wise.
My dad looked at me in the eyes. Actually, he didn't look at me in the eyes.
You can't expect me to take you seriously.
He didn't look at me in the eyes because we didn't have FaceTime and he wasn't nowhere close to me. But on the phone, he said, look, son, I know I ain't been in your life. I'm going to tell you one thing. If you get out there and you get a little frisky, just make sure you wear some protection. If he would have told me not to have sex, I probably would have been like, what? Fuck out of here, dude. I'm going to go smack. You know why? Because it'd take me at least 20 to 25 women before I know what woman I know is right for me. I'm not finna fucking mess with just 1 or 2 girls and hell no. Then I'll be stuck. I'll be a loser. I need to vet. Like my way of vetting, I have to go through about maybe 20 to 25 women before I know that I found the right one.
So is that what you
Ladies,
do?
are you getting
Hold on, y'all. Y'all gotta understand.
He's 6. Don't date them
Any
motherfuckers.
man out here that vet 1-2 women at a time and fall in love. Okay, go ahead. Not. Listen, no shots at Anton, but I'm just saying, chances you just the way these women is out here, the chances of you find one that's a dud is high when you only got 2 on your roster.
No,
But
one.
you-
I
but-
only got
but-
one. No. Wait. First of all,
Bruce is just a fuck. He just a fuck. That's what the other women see him as.
No, listen. When I was out here dating, bro, I didn't have the luck. I didn't have the luck Anton had by just running to the one like that. If I did, yeah, by all means, my mind would be different. But no, man.
But you know the interesting thing about it is that Bruiser was still dating when he was married. So the thing about it was,
wow, look at him.
The thing about Bruiser is that he was still trying to find the one after he got married while he was married the first time. So, you know, that all of this is telling me.
Post-nut clarity.
All of this is telling me is we have no standards in the Black community, which is the same thing that I'm going to reference back to that I said over a year ago. The Black community is trash. It's absolute
oh shit,
absolute piece of shit. Throw the whole thing in the garbage. Y'all don't have no standards, ain't no foundation. Right is wrong, right is wrong, wrong is right. We highlight the things and we celebrate the things that's the worst for us. We throw in the trash the things that we actually supposed to do. We going back to the Stone Ages as far as our ability to think. Most of the dudes, and Ali, you know this to be true, will jump on the panel and tell you that they not even throwing a rubber on every time they fucking a new chick.
I was.
Who can say?
I can say. I only got one kid, and that's with my wife.
I thought you. Well, you know, throwing on a rubber.
Don't say that shit, Ali.
I'm not really sure. I'm not really sure if they told you this in sex ed. But you know, throwing on a rubber is not just to prevent you from having a kid. You do know that, right?
I know that, but I didn't want to have kids.
Well, I just rewind it back with mommy. I found what you said too. Bruce, I feel like if I rewind back, you'll say you was going raw dog too.
Hell no, I ain't never said no shit like that. I ain't even. I wasn't even raw dogging my first wife. I didn't want no kids.
No. Listen. The fact of the matter is, ultimately, what it comes down to is that we don't have no standards.
Should have wrote it down,
we don't have no code. We don't have no standards. And I don't understand how we expect everybody else to hold us in high esteem. And we have no respect for ourselves. We don't respect ourselves as men. We don't respect our women. We don't respect our children in order to teach them exactly how it is that they're supposed to operate by actually being a reflection of the thing that we want them to be. Why would we expect our kids and our daughters and our sons to be anything better than what we are? Kids mimic what it is that they see. They follow what it is that they witness in their own household. Your daughter is going to marry a dude just like you, and your son is going to grow up to be a bigger reflection of you, because the kids are the ones that either benefit from or suffer from the decisions of their parents. And somehow, some way, we expect other communities to respect us. We respect other people to give us chances and all of that. And we treat ourselves, I'm not even going to say each other. We treat ourselves. You look in the mirror and you look at what it is that you've become and how it is that you operate in, and all of it is self-inflicted wounds. We treat ourselves. We treat the person in the mirror like a piece of shit. Flat out. We have no respect for our dick. We ain't got no respect for nobody else. And we have no standards by which we gonna operate by. And I just say throw the whole shit in the trash.
Hold on. But I have standards. Your standards aren't because your standards aren't like mine doesn't mean I don't have standards. It's just a 2 each his own thing. My son is gonna grow up and be able to see. My son is just 8 months. He's gonna see me. He's not gonna see that. That was the
well, let's pray he never goes back and watch any of these Lapeef Let's Talk shows. How about
he can go back and watch it.
Okay.
He can go watch it. Listen, he can watch other people too. He's gonna have exposure to way worse shit than I'm saying. It's all about what I teach him, the principles I give him, and how I lead him in his household. Now, whether or not he goes, like you just said, once he get from under my cut, like you said with your daughter, once he deviate from what the rules I made, then that's on him.
Nah, see that, and that's where we differ.
That's what you just said.
No, and that's where we differ because my daughter can't deviate from the rules that I make. It's a standard that's set. She has to abide by them, and it's been set for a long time, and that's how our family has operated for generations and generations. She
Hold on,
will.
but you just said that if she.
I'm sorry, sir. She will meet the expectation. She will meet her. She will raise this. She will continue to raise the standard and carry on the tradition that we have had in our households and for generation and generation to come. She is a reflection of her mother. She is a reflection of her grandmother. She is a reflection of all of the women that she is representing, and she has carried herself to this point with so much grace, simply because we set a standard and we live by it and we advocate for it, and she sees exactly how it is that I treat her mother, and she will be a reflection of that. There is no other choice but to go and do the thing that we advocate for her to do. There is no choice. Ain't no you can go on your own and do what you want to do. No, you're going to do what we set forth for you to do because we know what's best for you, and then you will carry on the tradition to your kids, and we will continue to do that. That's the way it's going to go in our household.
I applaud you for that, man.
I got a question, Antoine. Do you show her or let her see the world like how it is today, or you don't let her see that so she won't have the influence?
She can see it. I mean, she go to school like everybody else.
I don't listen. I don't want to make this about our personal things, man. You know what I'm saying? Your daughter, and my son. I don't want to make it about that. All I'm saying is the man I am today, as a father, I am in the values and ethos I can get in my child. He's gonna be really good. He's gonna be really well off. I literally did a 360 from what my father and my grandfather and fathers before me did.
That's beautiful.
The way and what's important is I recognize that it's a bloodline called curse. It's when we having children, when we're not competent enough, we don't have the means to take care of these kids. I wanted to deviate from that pattern. So what I did was I made sure I kept myself protected. Even though I was selfish, even though I didn't practice selflessness, I didn't let my decisions hinder or curse, my seed. So I protected my seed. And when I was ready to have a child, I made sure that I was competent enough. And if my son can recognize that, if he can go back and look at this video and recognize that and understand that, he's going to be good.
He will.
Yeah, daddy fucked up back in the days. But before he had me, he made sure that he was good because he loved me. That's what my son is going to say.
All right. Trigger Mike, you want to get to these super chats?
Let's do it. All right, my man Congo English, what up, bro? $10. Ali, discernment. Trucker Yale, what's going on, my guy? I agree. I'm brutally honest with my lady, hands down. Dub Will, all the all-stars tonight, $5. Hell no. Just because you my wife don't mean everything is your business. If it doesn't have anything to do with you, then stay out of it. Chutch. All right, Trucker Yale, $2. Being honest will get you whatever you want. All right. Cool. A Black Lexicon, $10. Good looking out. The Angry Man, $10. Get that light-skinned dude Ali off the panel. He's stealing my powers. Congo English, $10. Ali, don't ever allow no one to disrespect your disposition on this panel. Amen.
Amen.
Trucker Yale, $2. Lady D, stop building a case against yourself. Marcus Evans, $5. Great point, Ali. Trucker Yale, $2. Like the deacon's wife on House Party, Ali. What was that in reference to? Christopher J, $2. Pause. Trucker Yale, $2. Indy may have two bodies, but 9,000 different toys. I don't know if that's true. Indy, care to elaborate? No? Okay. Honest Citizen. Some kind of crazy currency for 14. Indy is correct. In college, they collect them bodies. Hell yeah. And on that point, not everybody was a hoe, but 99.98% of women were giving that ass up. Yeah, I went there.
I went to Virginia State.
Oh, you already know. Like, just to be honest, we had a wall where we wrote all y'all names down.
They had a class in there called Bust It Open.
Wow.
So yeah, I can't remember a name that won't on there. Because if you was gonna wife somebody, you had to go to that wall first. But anyway.
I didn't even go to traditional college, so I don't even know nothing about that. I used to visit. I'm like, yo, y'all crazy as hell.
Yeah. If she stayed on campus, it's a wrap. She was screwing. Trucker Yale, $2. Thunder Rats. Ho. Mr. Luciano. That fine currency there. Do older women teach younger women how to move better with men? Or do they not care to mentor because a younger woman is an older woman's direct competition? Good question. Mr. Luciano, again, post-nut clarity.
That's how you do?
Truck Yale, $5. It's funny karma has a way of bringing people's past back, be through their kids. That's why we always say, damn, I used to do the same thing. Anton is absolutely right. Big Saint, 2K, $2. Mommy got a basketball on her head. The Angry Man, $10. Bruiser, what I think you meant is that you did a 180. 360 means you're back at square one. Use your light skin powers.
Yeah, my bad, Angry Man.
Hey, look, Angry Man, stop categorizing people that ain't light skin in the light skin category. You can't have them all, bro. Bruiser is not. First, he said he was dark. He said he was dark earlier.
Man, listen, when the police radar come on, radio come on, you're a black man, you're a dark man.
Oh, okay. I appreciate everybody that has donated to Super Chats. Salute to you guys. Make sure you guys follow these individuals on their own platforms. The Real Precious, Trigger Mike Show, Lady Di, Queen Sheba, Ali, Simply Andy, Bruiser, Mommy 3, Anton. Make sure you guys follow them. Appreciate the mods that have been dropping their channels in the chat. Let's support each other. Also hit the like button. Also make sure you subscribe to the channel. Another great show, people. Just a show. So let's make sure we leave it there. You know, if there are any hurt feelings reports need to be filled out, HR was in the building. So they are staying. There you go, right here. HR is in the building. So if you guys have any complaints, feel free to let us know. We'll make sure we get the proper paperwork and handle it accordingly. You know, so we understand how people may get offended. You know, it's different for everybody, right?
True.
Okay, so y'all dry as hell. Press, you still with us?
I am. I'm fighting a horrible headache, but I'm here.
Okay. I seen you had that long blink. We lost you. So I said she's in heavy prayer. We lost her. So, yeah, I know how sometimes Mommy 3 could be long-winded.
I did want to say I caught Queen Sheba on Melody's live a couple of days ago. I was like, I recognize that voice, and I looked up and it was you. So shout out to you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes. All right, family. It was another great show. I appreciate you guys' perspectives. Thank you once again. And let's go ahead and get the hell up out of here, y'all. Till next time, catch you next Thursday. Hit that like button on y'all way out. Appreciate y'all. Make sure to hit that like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel way out. Appreciate all the support. Jordan, Angry Man, Jay Prince, Trigger Mike, Mr. BX87. Salute to everybody that's in the chat. I see you, JB. I see you, Brittany B.
Flexing ain't discreet about it. Extra read about it. Say you wanna beef about it. We gon' come and see about it. Flexing ain't discreet about it. Extra read about it. Say you wanna beef about it. Find out nothing sweet about it. Flexing ain't discreet about it. Extra read about it. Say you wanna beef about it. We gon' come and see about it. Flexing ain't discreet about it. Extra read about it. Say you wanna beef about it. Find out nothing sweet about it. Look, mile like 3-6 pulled up, ski trip cold winter. All my eating good. I remember when we had no dinner. West side, east side, no side, both sides with me. Check, come and check, leaving flex season 12, come and get me. Gil, the run around, high speed, chasing all the big bags. Bending corners, bending rules, bending necks, Gil, the whiplash. Slide through, hot knife, warm butter storm, gutter drain lane. Young man, old habit, still at it, tryna let my chain hang. True story, new story, 2-story, condo, B&B. 4 bath, 1 me, no key, like I did a B&E. B&Me so good, so hood, so not worried about it. 250,000 new views, old news, know you probably heard about it. Extra, read about it. Headline, word around town, flexing. Ballin' on my course, so I ain't worried about nobody out of bounds, stressing. Feeling like Hercules, murder these ain't a problem to me. Tried to tell the maid service don't come unless you bring it condoms to me. Flexing ain't discreet about it. Extra read about it. Say you wanna beef about it. We gon' come and see about it. Flexing ain't discreet about it. Extra read about it. Say you wanna beef about it. Find out nothing sweet about it. Moving, shaking, coming down to me. Stacking, racking, money, power flipping. Moving, shaking, coming down to me. Stacking, racking, money, power flipping. Moving, shaking, coming down to me. Stacking, racking, money, power flipping. Moving, shaking, coming down to me. Stacking, racking, money, power flipping.
Everything is straight. Wave. I'm in it for keepsake. In the field with the cleat lace. Deep flick with the bare face and a slick tongue. That's what she say. She look good. She a big tease when she bite lip with the wink face. Hella bad when she throwing it back. She bring out my way for the team play. For Pete's sake, I'm above average, I padded my stat. I gotta matter what he say. I'm the 2010, got LeBron James with the backboard, type of bad boy. Hold it down for the task force. If I run his face, then you ask for it. Niggas cross need to laugh more. I keep it 100 on dashboard. The live show needed passport, cause the beat bounced to the cap torn. Feel like I live it fast forward, but I asked for it. Misfit got a quick lick on a crash course for the tap.